Hello everyone and welcome to beautiful Miami Beach and the Fabiano Hotel for what promises to be one of the most exciting matches of the year. Today we have WR chess match between USA and Uzbekistan. I'm woman grandmaster Anastasia Karlovich. I'm going to be your host during this event, and I'm so happy to be here, joined by Grandmaster Yasser Seiravan, one of the best ambassadors of chess you could even imagine in the world.
So you're too kind. Likewise, I feel the same, Anastasia. Wonderful to be with you here in Miami Beach. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Really nice. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our show.
Yeah, I'm very happy to be here because today and tomorrow we are going to have very exciting games. You know, today we have a day of Rapid and tomorrow the day of Blitz. But before we start talking about the formats, let's first of all acknowledge who are the players participating in this match.
The teams.
Yes, we have absolutely amazing teams. We can see Fabiano, Caruana, Hikaru, Nakamura, Wesley. And what immediately is happening, we can see the average age of the participants. We can understand this is the experience speaks here. 37 average age of the team. The oldest one is Levon, Aronian. Hard to imagine, hard to really understand like what's going on, but they are playing against the youngsters. Still, the team of Uzbekistan who won the Olympiad in 2022, still we can consider them a very, very young team.
Absolutely.
Since the average age is, well, Yasser, only 21.
Absolutely, absolutely remarkable. Look at that. Tell us about the format for this competition.
Yeah, of course, we are going to speak more and more about the players, but before we start talking about the pairings, anything, let's see the format. This interesting word, Scheveningen team match, actually the system means that every player from each team is going to face any player from the other team.
Exactly.
We have 4 boards on each match, and it means 4 games per match. And what is important also to know that today we have 4 rapid games, tomorrow we have 8 blitz games, and rapid event means that we have 15 minutes time control plus 10 seconds increment per move, while for blitz we are going to have 3 plus 2. So it's important to know that the scoring system, so no matter what we have rapid or blitz, we are going to have 2 match points for the victory, 1 point for a draw, and if you lose the match, it means you are going to have 0.
Exactly.
Once again, we are going to play all the games from Fabiano Hotel Miami Beach, absolutely amazing place. Nice, and the venue is also really, really beautiful. You will see it very soon. And from the terrace, you can actually witness a very beautiful beach. Yasser, like just look at this.
Live picture, right?
Look at this.
Right outside our window. And tell us about the schedule.
Yes, and speaking about schedule, we know that it's going to be really, really fast. Every hour we are going to have the match, and starting from 1 o'clock, and then the last one will start at 4 p.m. Yes, so we have today 4 matches. It means 16 exciting games of chess. Yes,
for today.
For today, yes. And tomorrow it's going to be even more fun. The players will speed up, and we're going to have blitz, 8 matches. And it's interesting that for both days, the format, the score system remains the same. Right. No matter what, rapid or blitz, the team which wins the match will get 2 points.
Fantastic. Well, I mean, you mentioned at the very start of the show how different the ages are. And one of the crazy parts about this is normally whenever I'm doing commentary, I have wonderful insights and background stories about the players. The Uzbekistan team is so young.
Yes, yes, sir.
I've never even met Sindarov in my life. It's going to be my first experience meeting him here.
They're very near, you know.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
I'm going to speak a little softer. Commentary shouldn't be good.
Yes, exactly. I mean, it's imagine, Yasser, that I've met Uzbek team quite a few years ago. I think it was 2017 or 2018, when all these youngsters were playing in the World Rapid Cadets tournament, and at that time the head of delegation told me, just you will see in a few years all these guys will be on top. Wow. And actually he was right. Hosan Turdaliev, who was representing the Uzbek team at that times, I mean, he was absolutely right, and we see all these youngsters on top today. And I mean, even though they're so young, we know that in 2022 they managed to impress the whole chess world and won the World Chess Olympiad.
Extraordinary event, actually, and shocked the world.
Absolutely, and you can see on this photo the winners of the Olympiad, and it's really interesting and remarkable that 4 members of this team are playing in the match today,
Right.
and the only player who is replaced is Vokhidov, and instead of him, Mahidin Madaminov is going to participate in today's match against USA. Very strong team, and it's just amazing to think about it, Yasser. It all happened 4 years ago, and they're just getting stronger and stronger.
Yes.
Javokhir, Sindarov managed to win the candidates tournament.
Challenger to the world champion.
Exactly, yes. And I mean, speaking about the history of the previous matches, we have to remember also that US team was also the
Yes.
winner of the Olympiad. Yes, do you remember when did it happen?
2016.
Yes.
Crazy.
All the way to 2016,
Yes.
it happened in Baku Olympiad, right?
Yes, Azerbaijan.
And just again, talking about the members of the team, we can see Wesley, Fabiano, Caruana, and Hikaru Nakamura, who are playing today in Miami. And we don't have Sam Shankland and Ray Robson today, but we have Levon, Aronian, and Linier Dominguez replacing them at this match.
Yes.
They were not playing in Baku Olympiad back then. And also speaking about 2024, it's very interesting that both teams, US team and Uzbek team, managed to get to the podium.
Share second, yeah.
And they shared second place. USA team was a bit luckier. They got silver medals.
With
and
the tie breaks, yes.
And Uzbekistan team, they got bronze, which shows once again that we have one of the strongest teams in the world participating in this extraordinary match today.
Yeah, it's actually, if you go back to the photo of the U.S. team for a moment, you have Leonard. Not Leonard. Lanier,
Yes.
who is participating in so here you have Levon, Fabi, Wesley, and Lanier. So those 4 players. Ray Robson is not participating
Yes.
on the team today.
Yes, exactly. And speaking also about, many players say that this kind of match, it's also kind of a rehearsal before the Olympiad, because definitely 2 teams will be fighting for the top places, right? And
Yes.
now that we see the planned venue finally, it's really nice to see the members of US team. I see Hikaru Nakamura with his stepfather,
Yeah.
and
Sunil Williamantry.
Sunil, yes, and
Tony Rich on the right there.
he's a chief arbiter.
Yeah.
Of the event, and our colleague Fiona is also there.
Yeah. Doing broadcasting with Fiona. That's very nice.
And I think they're checking also the pairings and who is going to play against whom.
Let's just explain once again. So each team is composed of 5 players, but the teams can only play 4 at a time. And it's up to the team captain to choose the roster of the team before the start of the day.
Yes, before the start of the day.
So you can't change on round 3 or
No,
something.
no.
Somebody's in good form or somebody's in bad form. You just have to hope for your best.
Yeah, it's a very unique actually rule. Like it was introduced here, and it's kind of interesting to know. But it seems like every player will have, out of 5, will have the chance to participate in this match. And once again, for those who just joined us, you can see the format. And if you don't know what is Scheveningen system, like you should definitely learn this word, because we're going to talk about this word a lot during the next 2 days, since it's a very unusual format. Normally, when we have the match between 2 teams, it's what's going on, Yasser. It's very clear.
Board 1, board 2 versus board 2, like in the Olympiads.
Exactly.
But in the Scheveningen system, basically each and every member of the team plays against each and every member of the other team, not just 1 versus 1 only, as we're getting ready for the start of this first rapid game. Today, it's all rapid chess. We'll play 4 rounds of rapid chess, as you just saw.
Yeah, it's just also let's see this beautiful playing hall once the players are getting ready to the start of the first round. I mean, Yasser, what do you think? How important this match for both teams? Like speaking about, I don't want to dramatize too much, but still.
No, first of all, it's friendly match. You will see at the players meeting that occurred earlier today, everybody has very, very good relations with one another. They're taking photos. So it's a friendly match. But these people are competitors. They want to win. And for the United States, well, it's like Victor Korchnoi said, beat them while they're young. They're going to be monsters. They're monsters already. So for the U.S. team, it's especially important to say, look, we're the highest ranked. There's a hierarchy. And, the path to the gold medal goes through us. Sorry, guys, but there it is. That's my nationalistic moment, But for the Uzbek team, they're sitting there saying, hey, you guys are great. You really are. Hat tip. But you're the past. We're the future. So that's what it's all about.
They don't need to prove anything. From one hand, Uzbekistan team don't need to prove anything for the chess world. They are already the Olympic champions. But at the same time, yes, good luck, beating these monsters, Fabiano, Hikaru, and the rest.
Yeah, yes.
I think we're getting ready at the playing venue, and our colleague Fiona perhaps is getting ready to talk to players and the organizer. So all the way to Fiona.
Thank you so much, Anastasia. Welcome, everyone. I'm here in the middle of the playing hall at the Faina Hotel. My name is Fiona Steil-Antony. I'm delighted to be your host today. As you can see, the players are just taking their seats. This match, USA against Uzbekistan, is about to start. Everyone is almost ready, and we are in fact ready already for the ceremonial first move. And I'm delighted to invite to join me here forward to the match, Hikaru against Nodirbek, the ambassador of Uzbekistan to the United States of America, Mr. Sidikov. Welcome. Okay, and now before we get started, I'm going to hand the mic to our tournament director and chief arbiter, Tony Rich.
Thank you very much, Fiona, and thank you all for joining us here today. On behalf of WR Chess, I'm excited to announce that the WR Team USA versus Uzbekistan match has officially begun. Spectators in the room, as a reminder, please make sure your cell phones are on silent. We don't want any noises happening while the rounds are in play, please. All of the players, your phones should be elsewhere. Please make sure you don't have any electronics on your person. I want to wish you all the very best of luck. It's now 1 o'clock, and you may start White's clock.
Just like that, they're underway.
Yes, and here we go, and we have in front of us the pairings for the round one. You can see Fabiano Caruana took the first board, and he's going to play against Javokhir Sindarov. Hikaru Nakamura is playing against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and it was, I think, such a great moment when the ambassador made the first ceremonial move.
Exactly.
And yes, and we have Shamsiddin Madaminov playing against Wesley and Shamsiddin Vokhidov playing against Lenier Dominguez. And here we go. We have already the first moves.
Yeah, I'm looking at the board of Fabiano versus Javokhir, and please do correct my pronunciation, because during the whole competition, I'm going to be struggling with the names. I'm used to Joe and Mary and things like this. So what we have, of course, is a Queen's Gambit declined. It's become very, very popular all the way since Kasparov and Karpov from their very first World Championship match. It became the go-to way of playing the Queen's Gambit, not with the knight on f3, which has been the convention for 500 years, but putting the knight on e2. The key difference is that White tries to play for f3 and e4. So you make a lot of preparatory moves first. You go queen c2, you go knight to g3, and very slowly, you get to play for f3 and f4. Fabi actually surprised me with a kind of a different approach with rook c1. Again, it's much more common for me to see the move queen c2 and rook on a1 to d1. The difference, what's the difference all about?
Maybe Yasser, he wants to have this place for the bishop on b1. Like if knight b4, just I would consider to bring the bishop and hide it, on the square.
100%. Okay, h2, h3. Now we're on a completely different track. No more f2, f3, and e4. But the move h2, h3 suggests to me that what we're trying to do as white in this game is actually just limit the bishop on c8. Can't go to f5 because of the bishop on d3. Can't go to g4 now because of the pawn on h3. So it's very natural for white to want to play knight to g3. Another reason why he might want to play rook c1 early is to drop the bishop back. Oh my, bishop to f4. That was a bit of a surprise move.
Yes, exactly, and immediately the knight attacks the bishop. And I mean, what are you going to do? So bishop b5. Yes,
not
of course you don't you don't leave this bishop. Yes, and immediately g6.
If you go back to the great classicists, they would like to trade the light square bishop for black, and oftentimes they played just as Javokhir is playing. Knight to g7 and bishop f5 was the prescription that the old classical players played for. Knight g7 and bishop f5.
It's not so obvious for me, Yasser. I mean, g6, he played it so confidently.
Very quickly.
Yes, and like many players would be hesitating to make such a move, removing the pawn from the king. And I mean, while your bishop is on the 7, yes. But now that you explained that the idea is to exchange this bishop and have this knight g7, now it became more clear. Like otherwise, like you normally don't make
doing it? Yes.
these moves, and usually you reserve this place for the bishop on g7, right?
And there you go.
Immediately he plays the plan.
Okay, this is the great big plan. But as you were just saying, I'm reminded of what Wilhelm Stein had said: don't unnecessarily advance the pawns in front of your king, because of course with the move g7, g6, a weak square h6, a weak square f6 has materialized. In any case, the move bishop to f5 is definitely on Javokhir's dance card. Now, interestingly enough, Fabi did not take time to stop the move. He basically said, I'm not going to play knight g3 and allow you to trade pieces with knight h5. I'm just going to let you play bishop f5, and I'm going to try to bring my knight to the c5 square. Not sure that Fabi's going to be happy with the outcome of the opening, because while it's still very, very early, it feels that after bishop f5, Javokhir is more his plan. He's achieved his plan more so than has Fabi. Well, there you have it. Now the battle lines are being drawn. Shall we check on some of the other games quickly?
Yes, I mean, let's just go to the board number 2 perhaps and see the game between Hikaru and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. The interesting fact is actually, Yasser, that first 2 boards have white pieces. So both Fabiano and Hikaru, they play with white, while on the 4th board, Wesley and Linier Domingos will have black pieces. So it's interesting switch, yes.
Yeah. So Hikaru is playing a white side of what looks like an Alapin. It could have also come from a French defense. But essentially, the battle lines are being drawn rather early. White has a 3-2 queenside majority. Black has a 4-3 kingside majority. And normally speaking, after a move like knight takes d4, White aspires to play a queenless ending and to play for a majority. Specifically, it's very strange and it's very early days, but you want to target the a7 pawn. So how do you do that? You play knight to d2, you play queen f3. you trade queens, and then you play knight takes c6, and when your opponent's not looking, you go bishop takes a7, yay, and you get your queen side majority, but in this case a 3-1. Let's take a look at the game of Wesley. So it's very early, so we just want to see where the openings have come from. Oh my, look at this. So this is a
So it's like
Rui Lopez, but
bishops.
kind of an anti-Berlin, like the Berlin ending, right? And against bishop c5, you play c3, d5, knight d2. So this is all standard theory until we come to the move a6. Okay, excuse me, but knight takes d5 has been played for decades. A7, A6, that looks like the latest and greatest wrinkle when you sit down with your chess engine and you look at it with a computer. You may get this move, but very unusual.
Yeah, so the idea is actually, yes, to get rid of this bishop. Of course, you don't take knight on c6, and because a takes b5 will follow up. Yes,
Exactly.
so they decided to go for this position. So let's count the pawns, Yasser. What's going on here?
Very, very simple. I'm a pawn grubber, and
Yes.
I can say Vokhidov is very happy. He won a pawn at the cost of the two bishops, and at the moment you don't feel the impact of the pawns on c3 and c4 because they're doubled.
Double pawn, yes.
So I would say that if I'm in Wesley's shoes, I'm not unhappy about the pawn sacrifice. Moves like e5, e4, and bishop on c8 to g4, they come easily to mind, just as the move bishop to
g4, yes. And
bishop to f5
f5,
also comes to mind. So I see an easy play for Wesley, and one of the things I would really be looking at if I was in Wesley's shoes is, can I get away with this move? For example, there's a terrible trick. Do not play knight g5.
Oh.
You'll get your feelings hurt after bishop takes f2.
Yeah, it looks dangerous and quick.
then suddenly the king is exposed. So you don't want to play knight g5, but you do want to play knight to d4.
Yes,
and
and just
then-
closing this crazy bishop, you know. I don't want this bishop to look at my f2.
Exactly,
Square.
exactly. don't. And you might find yourself attracted to moves like queen e7 to e5 and bishop to d6. In any case, two bishops for a pawn, good stuff. Finally, did he play e4, by the way?
Yeah, I think he did play e4, yes, and his opponent just made the move. And I just wanted to mention, Yasser, that for those who don't know who Muhyiddin Madaminov is, he is like not
that
only...
includes me. Yes, please.
I mean, I just wanted to mention, because we see the players for the first time, like we
Yeah.
make the circle, and if two first boards like very clear for everyone,
Right.
then perhaps our followers can remember that he played a very crucial role in the race of Javokhir Sindarov. Muhyiddin followed him to the World Cup in India, and also he was present during the candidates tournament, so he's basically second of Javokhir.
Wow.
And he was the person behind the scenes who was helping and stayed for all the time with Javokhir. And imagine, Yasser, he's only 19 years old, and
Amazing.
he is also, like, of course, a very good chess player himself. And he has proved that he's also a fighter and ready to fight for the top, because he recently won the tournament in Uzbekistan, you know, the top tournament, and proved himself also to be a very, very good player. And I think he is also one of the rising stars in Uzbekistan. Yeah, so in any case, like, this game seems to be really exciting and interesting, and seems
Right.
like Wesley found an interesting way to make it complicated from the very beginning.
Right.
Yes, and interesting for all of us. And I think Yasser, you are ready to jump to the fourth
Of
board, just to
course.
make sure that we can quote.
Except that Wesley just
Oh,
played this
B5.
crazy move, V7, B5, seeking to undermine the pawns on c4 and d5. So in case that you capture pawn on b5, then queen immediately plays queen takes d5, and that would suddenly become a very good sacrifice. If we play the move b2, b3, just defending the pawn and trying to keep the pawns intact, then the queenside structure has become a bit more rigid for white. Very interesting move, but you're absolutely right. I was ready to go to the game between Lanier and I'm going to mispronounce his name, so excuse me. Shamsiddin.
Shamsiddin, yes.
Shamsiddin.
Vokhidov, yes. I mean,
Yeah,
Yasser,
wow.
we will train
We will-
together, yes. But what we should remember for sure, we shouldn't say Vokhidov. This we know because it's another player, also very, very strong player from Uzbekistan. I mean, the team has only 5 members. I'm sure that he's also one of the top players, definitely, and was in the team of Uzbekistan, which won in 2022 the Olympiad. But I mean, Shamsiddin Vokhidov.
Yes.
I tried my
Yes.
best, yes. No, he's like, of course, one of the top players, and I think the funny thing is that he's the oldest, one of the oldest in the team, which
You mean he's 22? Very old, very
Yes.
old. Yes, yes,
is
yes.
the most experienced, yes, player.
I'm feeling younger by the moment, I must say, being at this match. If you don't mind, I'm going to go from the start. I'll go very quickly as Shamsiddin is playing the white pieces against Lanier. Now, Lanier is really one of the most experienced grandmasters in the United States, and his whole life he has been playing classically 1, e2, e4 as white, and e7, e5 as black. So when you talk about somebody and the Ruy Lopez, Lanier ranks up there right with everybody. And at the moment, after this move c7, c5, even though it's still, I want to say, rather theoretical, I would say that Lanier is rather happy about the outcome of the opening. Why? Because you just look around the room and you say, this bishop is not the most exciting, but neither is this bishop. The kings are both safe, so everybody's happy where that is concerned, and both players have pretty decent control of the center. So that's what you want. You want effective pieces, you want a safe king, and your fair share of the center, and both players have achieved that. If you don't mind, I'm going to go back to the game of Fabiano and Javokhir, because when I think of what happened so far this year, the candidates tournament
Yes.
stands out for me. What Sindarov did in the candidates was absolutely, absolutely spectacular. Historical performance in the history of the candidates. Nobody did what he did. It was just so, it was so good. And he came out of nowhere. And in the first round, he was, let's say, much worse. He
Against
won that
Kemmer,
game.
yes.
And that was it. Goodbye.
And
he
then
never
he
had
just
another
ran
bad
away
position.
with the tournament.
And
Yes.
nobody expected it, and everybody expected that on the paper, Fabiano, with his high rating, and Hikaru, with his high rating, would compete for the first prize.
This is what everyone kind of expected, but at the same time, things became quite clear in this candidates event when Javokhir beat also Fabi himself on round 4.
Exactly.
Like sending a clear message that he is here actually to fight for the victory, and
Yes.
impressed, of course, the whole chess world with,
Exactly.
with first victory against a few victories against top grandmasters.
Also including
And then,
Hikaru,
yes, and then let's say, I mean, absolutely amazing performance he showed.
Precisely.
So today, of course, Fabi, I think, is ready to pay him back.
Well, that's what I mean. What a way to start the competition between. I don't say that these two have a great rivalry. It's just getting started. But this idea that the Cyprus candidates has got
It's
to be
still fresh, yes, in our
a
mind.
career-defining moment in their careers. So let's just see what has happened after the move bishop f5. Oops, excuse me. Apologies for that. I just clicked the wrong button. But after bishop f5, knight f4, Sindarov said, okay, why don't we just trade off all the bishops? The knight, I think Fabi is very happy about having established his knight on c5. But, you know, you can't win the game just because you have one good piece.
Unfortunately, not.
No. And I think from Black's point of view, Black is going to be very happy trying to achieve a trade, maybe with knight g7 to e6, but even more saliently and more to the point, actually, you have a good knight on c5, but I think Javokhir will put his knight on e4, and from my perspective, I think that both players are going to say, we're happy with the outcome of this, of the opening.
Yeah, I mean, Yasser, now that I look at this position, the only thing I kind of understand that perhaps Black shouldn't play a move like b6, you know, trying to get rid of this knight. I mean, it's kind of tempting. You want to get rid of it,
Absolutely.
This piece, which, as you mentioned before, stays so well placed really well. But at the same time, like then you'll create some weaknesses in your camp. Like the pawn on c6 will be a little bit vulnerable.
Precisely, and that's the whole point. The rook on c1 suddenly, and I have what I call my chess thermometer. I'm not using the chess engine, but I can see that the chess thermometer does not like the move b7, b6, precisely because what you were just saying, Anastasia, it comes with a consequence, and the consequence is we create a weakness. We don't like that.
Nope.
And so, don't tell me, no, that's just my analysis board.
Yes, I was also thinking that I hope you didn't play this move, but
no,
actually.
It's how do you say, it's the commentator's curse. The moment you say one thing you absolutely don't play in such positions,
yeah,
that's it, they play it.
No, he played
we do have some moves though, do we
yeah,
not?
but somehow I don't see them right now. The last move I see is knight d3, but it seems like Javokhir made a move. I'm not sure about that.
Sorry, I'm just going to refresh my board. It looks on the video that there's a... So I'm not getting an update at the moment. If you don't mind, I'm going to go back to the game of Hikaru, Nakamura, and Nodirbek. They are playing on board 2. And again, for those joining us late, each team has 5 players, but you only play 4 at a time, and the captain decides the lineups.
Exactly.
And at this moment, Hikaru, I would say that the position's very balanced, but Hikaru just made a move that, to my tastes, is a surprise. I love active pieces. I love the fact that this knight is sitting on e5, and I don't think in a lifetime Michael Tal would be thinking about playing the move knight on e5 back to f3. If I were in white shoes, I think in a blitz game I would play rook e4 and rook e1,
and just try
doubling
to
and
throw all the pieces. Yes,
exactly.
Yes,
throw
somewhere.
all the pieces. That's exactly right. But knight f3, that is a surprise. I'm not exactly sure what that move is aimed at. From Nodirbek's perspective, this bishop is actually pretty decently placed on d4, so I wouldn't be adverse to trading.
Yeah.
By the way, bishop to d6, rook d1. This move you can be proud.
Yeah, I mean, you actually centralize all your pieces.
Yes.
It cannot be wrong, right?
Yes, exactly. Your team captain, your teammates are going to be like, well done, well done. Bring your pieces into play. Possibly, I'm not saying Hikaru is necessarily playing for that moment, but the idea of c3 to c4 to get rid of this knight, and again,
kind of bring the queen, yes, into the game, because somehow queen is a little bit outside for the moment. Like I would like this queen to be somewhere on g4.
That would be a dream.
If I could do this, but how to do it? Yes.
The tournament the FIDE regulations don't allow. But if I'm with you 100%. Transfer the queen to g4, and we're cooking with gas. c3, c4.
Yeah, but
it
then
starts to be attractive. Like, just to kick the knight, like, where would you go? Like, just for argument's
I'm thinking
sake.
about it, yes, like, because I was even considering some moves like knight b6. I mean, immediately put some pressure on c4, but I don't know, Yasser, if you would like to trade this
Well-
c5, yes, and yes, if I take. Yeah, I'm not sure like where we go with all this.
It starts to be a little bit
Yeah.
nerving. You're in it's a pin,
Yes.
and now in this moment, you can see the chess
Oh.
thermometer did not like that move.
Yeah, because it's
Something
probably
like queen, well, even my move. But it's probably going to cost you a piece.
Yes, it
Anyway, the
doesn't look
players
good,
are
yes.
playing very quickly, so let me catch the live position,
Mm-hmm.
and let's see what happens. Okay, so after h7, h6, no c3, c4. Rather, Hikaru said, I've got something in the position. I don't see it myself. His knight came back, by the way, to e5.
Yes, just
After-
after trading the bishops. Yes. So is it good for white or for black? I thought that it's better to keep some pieces alive
Exactly.
if you want to create anything. But perhaps Hikaru thinks that this position is pretty level
Yep.
and just kind of trading the pieces.
So far, I'm not seeing much in the terms of advantages for either player. Let's go to the games of Wesley So for
Because
a
things are
moment.
happening, right?
Well, it was a pawn sacrifice early, and after the move b7, b5, captures, captures, bishop f4, captures, captures. White is keeping his extra pawn in his pocket, but look at this.
Wow.
This bishop and queen are absolutely terrifying. You don't want to suffer the consequences of a e3, e4, and a checkmate on g2. But for the moment, b4 was played, takes, and we're up to date with the players. By the way, I think these clock times are accurate. 4 minutes, 22 seconds against 8 minutes and 24. And of course, they're playing 15 plus 10.
Plus 10, and it seems like Wesley got kind of not only advantage on time, but perhaps even some kind of psychological advantage right now at this game. Yes, like it seemed like he kind of prepared all this line, and for now, look at him,
It
he's
looks
even
good.
smiling a little bit. It seems like yes, so perhaps he's kind of enjoying this position and feels that also
Things have
he
gone
put
well.
some pressure, yes, on his opponent right
With
now.
the black pieces, absolutely. And that was a very big decision that was just made. The knights love protection, so a move like b2 takes c3, anchoring the knight. But at the same time, when you play b2 takes c3, then the pawns are split, and they're less valued. So the move queen takes c3 was played, I believe. Let me just double check that. Yep. So now we keep connected pass pawns, if you will, a big advantage come the ending. But at the same time, it means that the knight
Just it's not so stable,
Not
yes,
as
like
stable.
as it could be with the pawn on c3.
that's right.
I don't know if black can use it or how
Well,
black can use it. Like if you play something straightforward, like e3 move,
Yes.
white has a couple of defense, right? Like f3
Yes.
or I mean, don't want really to. F3 seems the most logical because if you play knight to f3, then e takes f2. Like I'm not sure if it's an alternative at all.
Indeed,
Yes, so
it just like it looks like
just-
we're just losing
yes,
material.
exactly. Yes, so it's not possible. So f3 is like the only move we discovered,
Yeah.
and like, what is this position? Like e3 pawn can also become a weakness if you
Yes.
don't have a follow up here.
Yes, if you don't have a follow-up. I suspect that there's some nice possibilities, even including rook c8. It's one of those things when we move our queen as well, like queen h5, the knight will be very nicely placed on d5. It will attack the bishop, it will attack the queen.
I also
and-
found a funny way to
Please.
defend this pawn, maybe like knight g4, but I'm not
Yes.
so sure. After f3.
Yes,
So like f3,
exactly.
something like knight g4, because for the moment you cannot take the knight, but maybe it's not really good because it's still possible.
And you've got g5 to chase the bishop away.
Yeah.
So this position, I would say, is the sharpest position of our four games. at the
Absolutely agree
moment.
with you,
Yeah.
Yasser. And the players are doing really great. Like,
Let's see what we. Let me. Oh, did he play e3?
yes, and
Uh,
it seems like No.
So
And then queen d7.
yeah, so he did include the move e4. He provoked f3, and then instead of trying to defend the move, trying to defend the pawn with the move, oops, that happened fast. We
And
already
we have the
a
first result. Yes, so
we
it's
have a draw.
And as we discussed with you, Yasser, it seemed like there was nothing for Fabi in
No,
this
the
game, so
opening-
it's eventually finished in a draw.
Yeah. And check this out. This is a very intriguing decision by Wesley. He's basically said that you're welcome to capture a second pawn with the move bishop takes, but then in this case, he wants to fork the queen and bishop. Don't think about dropping back to d2 because, again, bishop b4 will definitely hurt your feelings. That is not what you
Exactly, yes.
want. So you have to be very careful where you move your queen. But if you move your queen to d3, then Wesley's idea is to chase the queen away from the protection of the bishop. So that was what the move queen d7 was all about. And by the way,
I really like this move, actually, just giving the square to this knight and just asking all these questions, yes?
yes. By the way, 6 minutes and 28 seconds for Wesley, 2 minutes 42 seconds for Vokhidov.
What a tricky time control. Yes, you think that you
Ooh.
have time, actually, but you have to be really fast, yes?
Right.
And good luck defending this against Wesley. So I think we have some changes in the game. I
Right.
guess bishop b3 or
Let
knight
me-
d5, yes, was played.
And also queen d3?
Queen d3.
So we're inviting bishop a6 and queen f5. Okay, that's a very, very clever tactical defense by Vokhidov because there was no place for the queen to go, actually. Queen to d2, as mentioned, bishop b4 would win in exchange. But now queen takes d5, knight takes d5. Ooh, bishop c8 by Wesley.
Actually, look at this on the screen, Yasser. I can see the trainer of Javokhir, Vidonak, there.
Yes.
And also really curious to see who is this small kid wearing the
yes.
Uzbeki traditional costume. Clearly
Right.
came here to support the players, his team. And also Javokhir is watching the game of his second.
Yes,
Now
of course.
rooting for his second in the game. Usually it's the other
course.
way around, that when you play for the team it's a different story. Yeah, so the game is really sharp and every move.
Crazy tactics. The players are playing on a razor's edge at the moment. So personally, I don't like that bishop. I would simply capture it, get rid of that bishop. Takes. And this a2 pawn is looking very tender. 2 pawns down.
Exactly, yes.
You've got compensation with the 2 bishops, but you don't want to play games. And Wesley just making a shadoob there. Again, time is a big factor, but I can see from my chess thermometer that the engine likes or much prefers black's position. Maybe it's related to the move bishop to b4, just because there's some, tactical consequence. This
Yeah, I mean,
knight
it
is
feels
hanging,
like
this rook is
something
hanging.
that's shaky. Yes, the pieces are placed in such a way that
Yes.
perhaps black can use it. Yes, so this.
Yes. And I'm expecting a bishop b4 or knight takes e3. Knight takes e3 might be only enough for a draw. I'm thinking that the move bishop b4 is
Rook d5.
rook d5, bishop takes e1. I've won an exchange, but again,
Yes, like-
2 connected pass pawns over here. So this is going to be tough. I'm just going to go switch very quickly to check on the game between Lanier.
Yeah, because it seems also lots of development here. Actually,
Wow.
Lanier decided to close this bishop and make sure that he stuck on
On
b3,
d3.
as you mentioned it before, Yasser.
Yeah, a very passive bishop. It almost feels like you're playing, well, maybe that's a little bit over the top. It feels like you're playing a piece down. I like the move g7, g5, and king g7, not as a way necessarily of activating the king, but more as a way of I like to put my knight on e5.
And you just want to make sure, yes, the pawns are like stuck there.
Stuck. So
Yeah.
I find myself drawn to the move g5, knight e5, and king g7. And of course, you're more than welcome to play knight e5 right away. F4 is not driving you away. It's
Because the pawn is hanging, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, I still like g5 because maybe after knight e5, maybe white has time to play g5 himself and then f4. So, like,
Yes.
I really like that you want to make sure that this knight
Yes, a
will be
solid
not
square.
chased by
Yeah.
anyone.
Exactly.
Yeah, so let's
By
see.
the way,
I
knight
think.
e5 right
Knight e5
away.
right away, okay.
Okay, by the way, in this game, Lanier is the one.
And g5 is on the board. Like, yes. We
Yeah.
can see that, I mean, it's very clear that you want to get rid of this pawn on g4 and then chase the knight
Exactly.
from e5.
Exactly.
So I don't think that, I think still Lanier has, like, of course, a very good position. And even after e4, he still can play knight g4, threatening
Precisely. Knight
many,
e3
many
check
different
and
ideas,
stuff.
like
Yeah.
knight e3 or even
Yeah.
something else. It's clear that white has to defend
That's
in this
right.
game.
Going back to Wesley for just a moment. Wesley did not play bishop b4.
Mhm.
He did not play knight takes e3. He found a third alternative. He said, you're attacking my knight. That's very good of you. I'll defend the knight. I will play simple chess. But I also am attacking this knight twice. This knight is tethered to the defense of this bishop. That looks like a very good move, doesn't it? It just asks-
I like this move because he also defended his knight, and I mean, it's hard to find the move for white. You know, like for example, you cannot move the knight because bishop is hanging on
Mhm.
e3. So, like, actually, what do you play now? I mean,
Well, whatever
So-
it is, it happened quickly
Yeah,
because the
actually,
players are
things are
are
changing.
blitzing.
Bishop f2. What was it? The only move
Wow.
actually. Wow.
So-
Okay.
So now I'm not sure if Wesley has played bishop takes g4 or not, but that two-pawn disadvantage,
Hmm.
it no longer is two pawns. It's a pawn, and the pawn is hanging, and this pawn is hanging. When this pawn is captured, the knight on
On b3 will be hanging as well. Yes,
Exactly.
yes, sir. So once again, like, seems like in this game everything is hanging on each move. Can you just come
Yeah,
back for a
but
second?
of
It
course.
happened so quickly. Maybe
It
even
did.
our followers didn't see. So after rook e5, bishop f2 move
yes,
was played, and
ignoring the threat.
yeah, I cannot believe it. And after rook f5, the calm move g4 yes came.
I'm not sure it was calm. I thought it was desperate. Rook takes f3.
and then this is how white
Now-
got his piece back. Yes. and
Yeah,
after-
now that's a big surprise for me, bishop to e6. Because if I was to go back here, first of all, I'm a pawn grubber.
yeah, rook
So
a2
I would
comes.
be very, very happy to take this pawn. When I put my bishop on e6, instantly the geometry of a fork
Mhm.
comes to my mind.
And we have one more result. I see that Hikaru Nakamura just finished his game against Nodirbek, Abdusattorov. The game finished in a draw as well,
Also,
so we have
two
now
draws with the white
1-1,
pieces.
yes, in the match.
Okay,
Mhm.
so actually, guess what? Wesley said enough. He did capture the pawn. Now the question is, Wesley obviously wanted to push the rook away from d5, and Wesley's argument is that the rook is placed worse on b5 as compared to d5. Is that true? I wouldn't think so. I would think that with the rook on d5, you play bishop takes. The knight is a little bit more undefended when you
Mhm.
play rook takes a2. So we'll see if Wesley make the right choice in this one. And by the way, 16 seconds. Look at that
Only, yes.
climb. That clock is ticking fast.
Okay, it helps a bit that we have 10 seconds increment, but still good luck, yes?
Yeah,
playing,
really good luck.
Against Wesley, so every move is 10 seconds. Yes.
Every move.
Yeah.
By the way, a3 is possible now because the rook is on b5 as opposed to being on d5. In these types of positions, it's always useful to have h7, h5, unless you have a better move. He played h5. It's funny. unless you have a better move, you just kind of get the pawns a little bit up the board and you make luft. Now, again, with the bishops on the board, you prefer to keep pieces on the board. I would find myself drawn to the move rook f6 as opposed to trading. Rook f6 with the idea rook g6. And again, white's king is a bit more vulnerable.
It seems like, yes, white decided to exchange this active rook, right? But yeah, I guess
Did
Wesley
Wesley
will...
agree? No. Wesley said no.
Rook f4, yes, no.
I'm not interested in rook f6. I'm interested in rook to c4, said Wesley. And after rook f4, rook c3, okay, an indication that something is going wrong. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Now this is starting to look like real play against black's
The king, yes.
Whoa, 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 whoa. This is
And
getting
also bishop f3 at certain point, yes, to make sure this king is not really going anywhere. Bishop h3.
100%.
Yes, at one, I mean, not possible right now. So what's happening here?
H3 is on the board.
Because
Your
white
bishop
wants to
f3
run away.
is maybe allowing a tactical defense based on knight d4. So we can include a check.
Yes, it seems like maybe a check first, but after king h2, what's
Bishop-
going on?
bishop
Rook f2.
could-
Yes, you
uh,
cannot play your king h2. So after bishop rook d1, you have to play king g2.
And then the bishop could kind of sneak around.
Bishop
to-
e2.
Bishop e2. At the moment, I don't think it's a checkmate there, but it's getting close. By the way, we
So-
have another result.
Yes, so I think Linear Domingos managed to
Make a draw with the
make a
black
draw, really?
pieces.
Yeah, because it seemed like his position was really, really nice, but we will come back to this game and check it
Of
out a bit
course.
later.
So the game that had all the fireworks at the start, that is to say, Muhyiddin and Wesley, has been keeping us enthralled, and it's been a tactical battle throughout. Wesley down to 2 minutes, Muhyiddin down to 11 seconds, relying upon his increment, and the bishop moved back. Where did Wesley retreat his bishop to?
e6.
E6,
Yes.
and basically said, okay, on a good day, my intention is to play rook check and bishop check, and that's like a pretty powerful intention. 13 seconds, and the answer came quickly, bishop to g3.
Attacking this rook on f4, yes, forcing this rook to move. I just wonder, was it like also a tactical, strategical idea that Linear made a draw? Maybe he saw the position of Wesley and realized that he is doing really well. What is important in team competition is simply to win the match.
Exactly.
So, like, perhaps he also saw the time, and we will find out later. But for the moment, it's like everything is in Wesley's hands.
Yeah.
Like this match depends on this result. Like for the moment, it's level,
Mhm.
1.5 to 1.5, 3 draws.
I see.
And you can see Muhyiddin is like
He
shaking his
didn't
head.
like
Yes.
it. He did something has gone wrong, and it might be associated with captures and running after this pawn. But again, I was saying that with the two bishops, you kind of like to play with the pieces on the board. Maybe rook c4. This rook looks so misplaced on the e5 square. But guess what? Wesley said, I'll play direct. Rook takes e5, bishop takes e5, f7, f6. Give me the bishop. Let me get out of back rank mates. And by the way, check and rook to
B1, just
is,
attacking this pawn, right?
is on Wesley's agenda.
Yeah, so and then actually how to defend this pawn with bishop c1 now? Because like you cannot move the rook, the knight is hanging. So to keep the pawn alive,
No.
you couldn't do this because
couldn't
bishop
keep-
b3, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So
exactly.
I was thinking that he could trap this rook, but no, it wasn't possible.
And now I see
Yeah.
Muhyiddin is just realizing that his position is now becoming really, really bad. From a two-pawn advantage to a one-pawn deficit, but it's even worse than the one-pawn deficit. Black is the one with the compensation. Black has
Yeah.
pawn and compensation, as we like to say. bishop.
Look at the kids, on the background. They
I was
hold
about to
themselves.
say.
They're really rooting for
Uzbek-
Muhyiddin and trying to support him, with holding the flag of Uzbekistan. Like, I mean, I really
Exactly.
like this picture.
Exactly.
Don't see it every day.
No,
Wow.
no.
It's so cute, actually. And
It's really beautiful. I still remember my scholastics days. I was in high school, and we had gone to Shoreline High School, and the cheerleaders of the Shoreline team showed up and were rooting for our opponents. Okay.
yeah.
Wesley is now putting on a technical clinic
Yeah.
as he's about to win a second pawn. The pawn on A3 is dropping. And with this, now he can happily trade pieces because he knows he has a materially winning position after rook takes A3.
But literally, they put some pressure on Wesley, right? I mean, you're
Yeah,
playing
yeah,
the
yeah,
game
yeah.
and you see all the kids with holding the flag. I mean,
Exactly.
you have to be really calm, not to react and just
Be
keep
careful.
playing.
There is a cheapo. I'm citing a cheapo. There's
Yeah.
a cheapo of rook
Bishop
takes
D6.
F8. And so we're going to include the move rook A1 check just to get our king, pardon me, to get out of that vulnerable
Could you
pin.
show it actually, Yasser? Like
Of
the move before,
course.
like if you play move like
King
whatever.
F7.
Yes, King of 7. Yes, trying to get
Whoops.
rid of this pin, then you lose immediately
Yep.
your piece. Yes,
Exactly.
Mhm.
But the inclusion of rook A1 has actually meant that Wesley dodges that tactic with a gain of tempo.
And now he can play King of 7 and remove and get out from this pin. Yes.
Which would be perfect. Another thing I would like to do is just ask this king after the move rook A2 to declare itself. Do you want to go up the board or do you want to go backwards? If you go backwards, like for example, King E1, then King F7 and Bishop B4 check. So Wesley is winning, of course, but it's about maintaining your composure, staying calm
Yeah.
at such moments, and just, how do you say, playing effective moves. King F.
Yeah, I mean,
And now
of
it's
course-
all about tempo and speed. Uh-oh.
Yeah, and
Is there a
just by the way, they
96?
have the same time. Like both of the players have 1 minute. So Muhyiddin was playing really fast, to get there.
Really fast.
To have the same, to equalize at least on clock with Wesley.
Something has gone not according to plan because this pawn on G7 is suddenly vulnerable.
Yeah, so if you move the
And
bishop,
it
you can lose
wasn't
it.
a moment ago. That was not the case. So I'm not 100%. I'm certain that Wesley did not. He played it imperfectly, let's just say. But for the moment, it's absolutely crucial not to allow.
I think it's really nice. Like if rook G7, King F5, yes, and good luck defending all the pieces. Like this knight is hanging, and if the knight moves, then bishop on F4.
is
So like,
hanging.
I don't know.
Yes.
It's like maybe it can be a problem because rook E7 is not possible to play since the bishop is on before. So perhaps rook G7 is not possible. But Yasser, as you mentioned, maybe he can take with the knight.
I'm sure.
Yes.
Well, if you take with the knight, you lose the game. Sorry. But if you don't take the pawn, you're going to lose the game because you have two connected pawns that you have to face against. He did, by the way, play the move bishop E3, getting the knight, getting the bishop out of capture.
Yeah, so now perhaps he wants to take it with the rook. Yes, so he keeps the same threat and remove the bishop
Yeah.
from F4.
Once again, I find myself drawn to the idea of rook H2. Just like, go ahead and put your king on G3. So I
Bishop
can-
D6.
Yes, and bishop to D6 and
Yes.
bishop E1, and put your king on F3. So
Yeah.
what did he do? He did play
He
rook.
played. And actually,
Yeah.
good question is where to move your king, right?
And
Yeah,
king,
king F1,
F1.
bishop B5. I was thinking about
Absolutely.
some ideas.
You want your opponent to declare where their king should be.
Yes, sir. I think that maybe at one point black can just simply start moving the king towards the white's king, like king F5, king F4, king
Brilliant.
F3. You know,
100%.
I don't care about these pawns from G7.
No.
Like let's have a
Let's
checkmate.
checkmate.
Like checkmate my opponent. Yes, like,
Absolutely on the board.
Yeah,
Let's
so-
checkmate. Let's
like
check.
how brave you should be to forget about the pawns and
Bishop
yes,
d5
not
check
your
on
style.
the board. No, but I like it. I like what Wesley is doing because he's really putting the questions to Mujahideen and saying, okay, where are you putting your king? And every square has a trap.
Exactly.
King
yes.
h2, bishop d6.
Yeah. It's
Every
like letting
square.
his opponent to make a mistake, yes? Like
Exactly.
inviting his opponent. Would you like to play here or
This,
there?
blunder this way or blunder
Yes.
that way. Okay.
I don't know. I have feeling king f5 and king f4. I think I'm so tempted, but yeah, maybe it's too much.
Well,
Yes.
one thing I would love to do is
Mhm.
put this bishop on this long diagonal.
Yeah, to make sure also that
Okay, king f5.
you see, king
on-
f5 is
the-
happening. Again, I'm not sure it's the best move,
the,
but
the one thing that I'm a little bit
Scared?
scared about is the bishop on b5. It can be a tactical target, yes?
but he took on g7,
With the
and
knight.
maybe my plan is happening.
run.
Yeah, yes, sir, yes. I really want to see this
Either
king.
are we running to g4, which
Mhm.
would protect the pawn on h5, by the way.
Mhm.
Such thoughts do go through my mind at such moments, even as I'm checkmating my opponent.
Exactly. I'm
King
sure.
ch-
I'm sure about it. Yes.
Yes,
king
I'm
g4.
defending the pawn on h5. I'm attacking the pawn on h4. But more importantly, I'm getting. I would be afraid of getting my king checkmated.
You know, I just calculated that if rook b7, then maybe some moves like king f3 would be possible.
By the
But
way-
okay, it's like
By the way,
it didn't
bishop
happen. Yes, bishop d6. I think good move
Wh-
because you want to really
Wha-
make sure the king cannot go anywhere.
And not to escape, but also to get out of the threat of rook b7. Now, white really has a very, very unpleasant question put to him. You can't move the rook because you get mated immediately by bishop check and bishop check,
But
mate.
but now,
So you have to keep the c6 square protected.
yeah. So bishop. Oops, Wesley changed his mind. He was putting his bishop on h2. It seems like, and then played bishop f4, threatening the rook.
But I think in both cases, I think it's a winning position now.
Mhm.
The problem is you have to stop this bishop from coming to this diagonal, but I don't think it's possible. So for example, bishop to d3, and you're threatening bishop h2 and bishop e4,
e4. Yes,
checkmate.
beautiful.
Beautiful
Yes,
indeed.
yes. I don't know if he played bishop d3. Yes.
Yes, he
Mhm.
did.
Yeah, I mean it's like really hard to defend. What bishop f2 you have to play or what? Yeah, maybe
Only
bishop
move.
f2. Yes, only move, and now,
But now-
you remove the defense from
And
a1.
now-
Yes,
Isn't that beautiful?
yeah, it's absolutely
Very
amazing game by Wesley. Like and
really
with this victory,
impressive.
USA wins the first match, and it's like truly impressive. So Wesley So brings the victory to his team. All the other games finished in draws, and US team actually have a lead. And
So for the viewers to be certain that you understand, the match score is not 2.5 to 1.5. That's the game score.
Mm-hmm.
What really is going on, it's 2-0.
yeah, so let's go to Fiona, who is at the playing hall with Wesley So.
Wesley, congratulations. What a roller coaster of a game. But you are the match winner for Team USA in this first round. Talk us through it.
Yeah.
It seemed like everything was under control, and then what happened?
No, wasn't sure what was happening. Wasn't sure what was happening in the opening because I sacrificed a pawn for very unclear compensation. So maybe I mixed something up. But anyway, shout out to Mujahideen. He's an incredibly strong young player. I played him a number of games the last few months, and yeah, I still don't know how good he is. But it's clear he's incredibly talented. All the Uzbek players are very talented, and I'd like to say a big shout out and thank you to a sponsor, Vadim Rosenstein. And I think, yeah, I hope he wins the FIDE election. Also, I think all the US players here pretty much support him in his campaign. He's done a lot of good things for chess. I'm very grateful for that.
Let's return to the match. At some point, I saw you turn around,
Yeah.
look at the screen. You saw that all your teammates had made a draw. What went through your mind at that moment, and also a short while later when things got a bit dicey? You were shaking
Yeah.
your head. Talk us through your emotions.
Yeah, I was shaking my head because I thought I could have done it easier. Like, I messed up. I got pinned on the back rank, so I thought he had good drawing chances. But with very little time. Well, also, the match situation, it's based on match points here, so it doesn't really matter that much whether you win by 4-0 or 3-1 or 2.5. You just have to win the match. That being said, I find it a bit weird that the Rapid has the same points, is counted the same points as Blitz. Normally, it should be counted at least a bit more. But as I say, 11 more. But it's good practice. It's very good practice playing against incredibly strong kids, and yeah.
How does it feel to be the match winner of this first round?
Yeah, it feels great. Hopefully it continues.
Wesley, thank you so much. Congratulations. We'll let you go take a rest because it's not long until the next game.
Yeah.
So best of luck for the next one and back to studio.
Thank you so much, Fiona. What a great interview with Wesley, who definitely feels so happy about this victory.
Match winner.
Exactly, and yes, I mean, kudos to him and the whole US team for winning the first match. But it's not over, 11 to go, as Wesley said, and we, of course, expecting a big fight in
Yeah.
the next matches, yes.
Round one went by very fast, but the game between Shamsiddin and Lanier, it was actually a key moment, and I realized it now very, very well. In this moment, 95, and I think that was the step in the wrong direction. We really somehow got very lucky. It was G7, G5, followed by 95. That would have given Lanier a very nice advantage. What happened instead was that White was able to simply trade everything and go right immediately into a bishops of opposite color
Yeah.
ending, and a draw was secured by both players.
So, yeah, so you spotted so well this key moment, yes. And
It
the
was
game,
just lucky.
yes, and the game finished in a draw. But now that I see this beautiful picture, you know, from
Yeah.
outside the playing hall, this beautiful terrace with the view, it seems like it's time to have a short break
All right.
and actually listen to what the US team has to say. Yesterday we had a media day, and the players shared their thoughts about this match and overall their impressions about the tournament. So let's have a short break and see you on the other side.
Sounds
And I think Lanier and I were already used to be hunted. And
Yeah.
I think even everybody else in this room has hunted us at some point.
But what's the format of this tournament? Is Lanier playing at all?
Nodirbek, Abdusattorov is a good example, taking sometimes you would think excessive risks, but they very often pay off. I think it's a bit less of a classical style, maybe not how we were taught when growing up, you know, but obviously very effective as well.
They're brave and also they don't mind playing worse positions. So one thing that you can see that they don't get bothered when they're worse.
Well, we should win. And if we don't expect to win, then I think we won't win.
Yeah, I think we're the favorite.
Generally, I think a lot of younger players struggle in the end games. Yeah, they don't pay so much attention to that. So generally, I believe we're more cultured when it comes to that.
Yeah, also experience plays a lot of factor.
I mean, I think we're better positional players. We're better positional play and end games.
Actually, I remember like even, was it like 2021, there was a talk of the kind of changing of the guard, which is fair talk. It was around the time that Nodirbek won the World Rapid Championship, and there's a rise of many young players. There was the expectation that everyone from the 90s, even maybe including Magnus, would be completely replaced, which is not the case. I mean, you know, you still see that there's a very fierce competition between players of, let's say, 10 to 15 years age difference.
And I think in team events it can be great when you win, because then you really help your team. But of course, you know, if you lose, it's bad. But if you draw a game, then it's on everyone else.
As the most experienced, I just love the atmosphere of playing for a team, especially if the players are as friendly as in this team. So it's always kind of fun.
Welcome back, everyone. And here we are at WR chess match between USA and Uzbekistan team. Such an exciting first round we have, Yasser.
Right.
And now we are going to start the round two. As you can see, the players are already seated
At the board.
at the board, and we have the rapid two pairings in front of us. Another exciting game. Nodirbek Abdusattorov is going to play against Fabiano, Caruana. Javokhir, Sindarov will face again with white pieces against Hikaru, Nakamura, and we have just seen the first ceremonial move in this game. So the players are ready to start. This time, the players from Uzbekistan start with white pieces, first two
Yes.
boards, and then they switch to black.
For the boards 3
Three,
and 4.
Shamsiddin Vokhidov against Wesley, and Nodirbek Yakubboev actually is playing against Levon Aronian. They actually, by the way, both
sat
teams
down.
brought new players. So Levon is back to action as well as Nodirbek Yakubboev this time.
Yes.
Exciting to have to see all the players in action. And here we go.
Okay, we're on board 1 as the game between Nodirbek and Fabi is, my goodness, this is like, I'm looking at an old friend. The Najdorf Sicilian, I think that it's fair to say that this was a favorite of Bobby Fischer, and it's a favorite of basically just about everybody who's ever played an open Sicilian, and I'm talking about Garry Kasparov all the way down, Hikaru Nakamura. Bishop e7, very controversially today, h7, h6, when to include the move h6, bishop h4, and then you can play queen b6, the poison pawn. But this is the old line, bishop e7, and back in my day, everybody, I mean just everybody played queen f3, and if we follow the game for another dozen moves, we can get to a David Bronstein pawn sacrifice, of which I do have a story to tell.
If we get there, yes,
If
yes.
we get there. But queen f3 has been, traditionally speaking, the go-to move for the better part of 50 years, and now we have the inclusion of h6. But now it's very different. You can no longer play the move queen b6 because it no longer arrives with any force. Queen b6 can be met by castles, which defends the pawn on b2 as well as the knight on d4, and that's why very quickly Fabi played the move knight d7. And again, now we're already in very, very dangerous waters because you cannot play this without great preparation.
And
The move
we
bishop
know
c4 is
that Fabi is one of the best players,
for
speaking about the preparation.
preparation. But the real question is, okay, do we want to play bishop c4 in that position? Because bishop c4 comes with a very, very nasty threat of bishop takes e6, knight takes e6, and in true Michael Tal's style, sacrificing a piece. None of this has happened. Queen c7 instead. Now, white got a little bit tricked, I have to say, to get into this position, because the old standard stuff with g4 no longer works. Now instead you have to come up with a different plan,
And
which
this is what happened, yes?
right away we see queen e2, and this is news for me. Okay, let's put it that way.
Could you please explain me, Yasser, why
Sure.
G4 was not working? Just let's say,
Exactly.
for the records, I'm not playing this that
System.
often. Let's put it this way.
But
So
in this exact moment, g4 does run into g5
Yeah.
and takes, and there's knight e5.
Yeah.
And then the idea that the queen is under attack as well as the pawn on g4, you can either capture this pawn or capture on g4. So the move, maybe you want to play the move g4, but you don't like the consequences of g5, hence queen e2.
Now it's very logical, by the way, to see this queen e2 after you showed me all these lines, because you removed the queen from the square where it can be attacked by the knight, right? So maybe now,
Right.
at one point, you can actually pursue the g4 idea, or what you show now, e5 or f5.
Or f5. But there is a consequence. We went queen f3.
Yes.
Then we went queen a2. These positions are incredibly complex, and a tempo can be the difference between equality or big advantage. When you play the move Queen F3, Queen E2, it comes with that type of consequence that you should be absolutely sure. Another approach would have been to play Queen H3, not necessarily with the idea of knight takes E6, but more with the idea of F5 and maybe even bishop takes F6. Queen
And for
E2,
me, Queen E2 looks a bit ugly because you close your bishop on F1 as well. Yes, so like it's not the first
Yeah.
move I would consider, but I guess Nodirbek knows what he's doing, and guessing from his time, it's clear that it seems like he's still in his prep.
Yeah, that's what it feels like as well. 14 minutes. Again, the players are only getting 15 minutes to start with a 10-second bonus. We'll be saying that throughout. But when you've got 14:43 and you've played a dozen moves, it's safe to say he had this position on his board. Now, having said all of that, Fabi has an opportunity which is not rare, of course, in a Knight or Sicilian, but the idea of playing b5 followed by b4 as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Like, you know, we know the address of Nodirbek's king. It's on the queen side. So b5, b4, knocking on the door and saying, I know you're in there.
Yes, exactly. Yes, like,
Come and play.
what's going on here? Yes.
Let's take a look at game 2. We're going to go to the second board of Javokhir and Hikaru. Again, echoes of the
Candidates
tournament. Again, Cyprus. And let's see what we've got. This looks like one of those Russian defenses where f7, f5 has been provoked. Normally that's a very big weakening move, and it is, except white also has issues with his structure. The pawns on a c3, c2 doubled. Again, you can see that this is a preparation. Look at Javokhir's time.
Yes.
More than 15 minutes. So I think it's safe to say he's in his notebook. Let's go to board 3. Shamsiddin and Wesley. Wesley now with the white pieces. Wesley was the hero
Of the first round.
And looks like an English. Yes,
Yes,
my
it
favorite
looks like
English.
this, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's kind of pretty sharp line.
In my day, I've played 2 games in this exact position. One game I preferred to play c5 with the idea of b4 and bishop b2. The other game I played b4. Not Wesley. Wesley played the move bishop b2, bishop to d2, I beg your pardon. It has a little poison. I want to play bishop to b4 when you're not
Small
looking.
skewer, yes.
And the rook slid away, and the bishop dropped back, and now it's not much. White's opening is designed for one purpose and one purpose only: 2 bishops.
Exactly, yes. White would like to keep those 2 bishops in order to perhaps get some advantage later in the game.
Endgame.
Yes, in the end game, yes. And like still I can see that white didn't manage to make the castling, and I don't know if black can try to use this fact.
He's doing his best to make it awkward for Wesley to castle, because again, if Wesley is allowed just unhindered to play the moves castles and bishop to f3,
Yeah.
it's one of those things that, whoa.
Oops. Wesley decided
Wesley
to take
said, okay, this was a big surprise.
Yes, yes, like
I'm a pawn grabber.
yeah.
So
but even
Wesley's
you
doing-
look quite surprised.
When we haven't castled yet, Wesley says, I don't believe you. You're welcome to take my pawn on b2.
Yeah.
Rook takes b2, but then I'll castle, and the queen captured the pawn on b2. Okay, we're still
Shamsiddin looks
castling.
surprised, you know, same like you, Yasser.
Yeah,
Like people
like-
couldn't see your face, but it's pretty similar to what I've
Exactly.
seen.
I'm sure we have a similar expression.
Yes, like, really, this is happening? You really would like to take this pawn on b7?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, so again, Wesley needs to get his king out of dodge. Knight c3 is a rather serious threat, and you don't want to hang around to face the consequences of knight c3. Wesley might be considering queen d4, but okay, assuming that we do get our king out of dodge, we castle, we very much hope that queen d4.
Oh, he did, you know. Like, this boy has such great nerves. Yes, I mean,
Wesley?
just castling. Yes,
Yes.
okay, proof that you have
Yes.
something here. Wow.
And look at this. Wesley says, look, you attack my queen, I come back. And again, not everybody's cup of tea, but this is Wesley doing his grinding. Wesley has the two bishops, 4 versus 4. Again, I'm not saying it's the biggest advantage you'll ever see over a chessboard,
Yeah.
but it is definitely white on advantage.
Exactly. Yes. So let's see if Wesley will manage to squeeze
Something.
anything out of it. Yes. So
Yeah,
it's
if the-
became pretty clear what he wants in this position.
Exactly. If the knight goes back to b6, the bishop will jump to f4. There's a back rank checkmate, and there's a weak pawn on c7. Finally, let's go to our fourth board as we see two players entering the fray.
Yeah.
And that, of course, is Nodirbek. How will I pronounce his name?
Yakubboev. Yes. Yeah.
Bravo,
Yakubboev.
bravo. you come to my rescue because, and I will say Levon Aronian.
Yeah, yes, Levon Aronian, yes, the winner of the Bill tournament, just fresh out from his victory
Congratulations,
2 days ago.
Levon.
He managed to
Yes.
win an event and jumped to the plane and came here
Wow.
directly. Yes,
Well,
so
it's the life of a chess professional, right? You're from one tournament to the next. You go from one closing ceremony to an
The opening ceremony.
ceremony.
exactly.
And look what we have. We have something. It's very. I don't want to say common. It's incredibly rare that you have a bishop stuck on c1, which is behind a pawn on b2 and behind a pawn on d2.
What about the bishop on b7?
Yeah, well,
Which is behind also two pawns. Yeah.
It looks a little bit absurd play by both top grandmasters of
Yeah.
the world. I will explain to Levon in a few minutes after the game how bishops work, so that he will understand that this bishop on c1 needs to get out. Tragically, it'll take a few turns, d3 and bishop to d6. On the other hand, from Black's perspective, Black can quickly play the move bishop to d6 here and just say, go away, go away. Levon is not going anywhere. Levon will play knight f7 and knight takes d6. But that's going to go into a bishops of opposite color, and I'm not impressed by Levon's white pieces. Let's go back to board 1 as we see a very exciting game in a mainline Najdorf. And check this out. After the move queen e2, a very unexpected move. g7, g6.
Yes, I told you before, like normally, maybe Fabio got expired by Javokhir in the previous game, who played also g6. Like,
Wow.
what
Okay.
exactly are you trying to do?
Well, basically, as I would understand it, you're discouraging f5.
Yeah.
You're just simply saying f5 is not a very good move. I can take and play e5, and I've got a big center. But this was the moment that Nodirbek needed to complete his development. From White's perspective, the bishop is either going to go to g2 or h3, h3 being the much more aggressive square. If I go bishop to g2, rook on h1 to e1 and e5, and it's beautiful harmony, boom, 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 all the pieces. How g7, g6 fits?
It's actually became
I don't
clear.
know.
No, actually became clear after Fabio's next move. He played move e5, making sure that this knight will not jump to f5. Wow.
But that's, again, a huge consequence because you are weakening two majorly important squares in a Sicilian, the f5 and d5 square. So now you must always be cognizant of bishop takes f6 and knight to d5. So knight c5 probably loses the game on the spot to bishop f6 and knight d5. So
Yeah.
suddenly, and there you go. he weakened the square d5 so he could defend it.
Yes, but
Very nice, very interesting play. Knight to b6.
knight to b6. But there are also like, I mean, you stop this b pawn, right? Playing knight b6, you kind
You
of
stepped in front.
you
yes?
step in front of it, and you don't, you cannot now make the usual plan by playing
B5.
d5. Yes, this is like very natural for black usually to play these moves in this position, but perhaps
Bishop
bishop
E,
b6.
bishop
is coming,
e6
yes.
and rook e8. So white in turn has to shift his play, his conventional play of playing for f4, f5. It doesn't work anymore because of g5. Bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, pawn takes d5, pawn takes d5, knight to d5 may be a dead end. Black will have the two bishops. Immediate knight d5, immediate knight d5. I don't really like the prospects of this bishop coming to g4 or maybe even f5.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, somehow maybe knight d5 helps black actually to remove one of these knights and get some space. Yeah. Do you think, Yasser, sometimes that players choose different lines depending on the time control? So now we have rapid chess.
Oh,
and
no question
I
about
get
it.
I think maybe it can influence even the lines.
100%.
choose.
I am much more frisky, or would I prefer to say a risky player when I'm playing Blitz, because I'm wanting to play for the initiative. And when I'm playing classical chess, I play a much more conservative game. Here's their matchups, huh?
Nice,
Head
yes,
to
to
heads.
see this head-to-heads, and actually we can see in classical chess, it seems like Fabi is doing very well.
However,
with
in
3
faster time
victories, yes.
control,
In fast time control, actually in Blitz,
yeah.
Nodirbek is doing better.
and in rapid, just a small advantage.
It's
So
not advantage, yes. So, yeah, I mean,
the slower
we
the time
have
control.
rapids here at Blitz, yes, so everybody can make some conclusions. But yeah, I was even checking the rating list before the tournament, and I spotted that Nodirbek is number 2 in Blitz in the world right now in the live rating.
Wow.
So actually, yeah, he's like
Very
definitely
dangerous.
in a good shape, and like just remembering his performance now in Croatia, where he played against Alireza this tiebreak.
Yeah.
Yes, and I mean the tournament itself like shows that he's, of course, like doing really, really good and with fast time controls. But still, he's playing against Fabi, and good luck, you know.
Good
Still.
luck, and those guys.
Yes, I mean it's still not easy. Yeah.
I love these types of positions, and that's why chess players in general and chess fans in particular love the Najdorf, because guess what? Fabi's king is on the king side, Nodirbek's king is on the queen side, which means that the players can go all out and pursue an attack, sacrifice their pieces with abandon, and he's just done it. Nodirbek has just played the move f5 and
Yes.
said, if you want, you're welcome to trap my bishop. Please play the move g5.
I mean, yeah. It's
Knight
like,
takes g5.
Oh.
I'll get 2 pawns and an attack. Now, the other nice thing about the move f5, it was a moment ago that Fabi very much would have liked to develop this bishop to e6 and taken control of the square c4. If you don't capture this pawn, well, the very next turn, I want to play g4 to very consequently open up g5. Where
Yeah.
would you like us to go?
I think, yes, I mean, this position is clearly so sharp, but we have to run to the game between Javokhir, Sindarov, and Hikaru, because things are getting really wild here.
Whoa, whoa,
Look
whoa,
at the
whoa, whoa.
position, and first of all, even from Hikaru's face,
Clock
you can
time.
understand something is also like happening. And yes, and 3 minutes only for Hikaru.
Wow. Okay, so a couple of things are going through my mind. One of the things, with this queen on h5, the idea of bishop coming to g6 is incredibly attractive to me. I find the bishop on g6 with the queen on h5, the checkmating powers of those two pieces. The other thing I find very attractive is like bringing the
Just
rook
bring
over
it
to...
simply the rook, yes,
Yes.
to the king's side.
So, or
Oh.
the other, a rook up and over is one idea. Rook b3 to h3, I like, and bishop f7. Now, in the meantime, the clock times, you mentioned it, 13 minutes to 3. It means something has gone wrong for Hikaru.
Yeah, he definitely didn't like the position and spent
No.
lots of time trying to solve it. We missed a couple of moves, Yasser, but yeah, I mean, we have this position right now, and it's Javokhir's move to play, and like, yeah, I mean, it seems like he's just choosing from a few tempting
options, right?
options, yes. And
Yes.
like, yeah, and Hikaru doesn't look that happy
Yeah.
right
So,
now.
in fact, I would say that this is a winning position. I can see from my chess thermometer on my board that the chess engine is saying big advantage white, alert, alert. And I really do think this idea of bishop f7 to bishop g6.
What if after bishop f7 do you have move like bishop b8, or no, bishop b8 is not possible? Too many pieces I have. Yes,
I capture many
you
times.
just actually capture more times. So
Yes.
yeah, so you cannot even exchange those bishops, and bishop g6 looks like
Now,
a huge threat. Maybe Yasser will have to show it. Like if you play any move, okay, bishop h2, even king h1, yes,
Yes. So
and then
this
bishop
is-
g6.
So this is the idea of how you could potentially defend this position is by bringing the bishop to f4. But even this position, I very much like White's.
Maybe like bishop b7 even.
Exactly,
I don't know, like
exactly.
just to keep this bishop alive. And
For those of you joining us late, the United States won the first match, 2.5, 1.5, lead the competition 2-0. Uzbekistan looking to even the score, and right now we think Javokhir is
Javokhir, yes.
winning against Hikaru. Let me just check in quickly on Wesley So's position, because when we left it, I really like what Wesley was doing. Wesley loves the two bishops. He's just played the move rook c6, and we can see that if Wesley can play bishop to d8 and rook takes c7, well, he'll snip a pawn, and black will be suffering.
yes, exactly, like just clear pawn in the endgame. Yes, so
Yeah, slowly. We're going to go check on the fourth
Levon.
board. Bishops of opposite colors, but this position is a little bit chaotic. It's not easy draw that you would make from bishops of opposite color. At the moment, this bishop is really buried on b7, and this pawn on f3 looks like a very tempting morsel.
yeah, exactly. Just maybe you should be careful of taking it, because rook f8 can come and with some threats. I'm not sure, like if you need to take it right away, or first defend c5 pawn, or
You mean something
yeah,
like
some
rook
rook
c1?
c1.
Oh, actually, it's black to move.
Sorry, black to move. Yes.
So rook takes
takes
c5, maybe rook takes f3, and then go
Ah,
away.
you have a check. Yes, also yes.
Let's see what black did play. Rook f8. So the idea there is rook
Yes.
takes f3, e5.
e5. Yes.
So now I guess Levon will say, okay, if you don't want my pawn, I like my pawn.
Exactly. Yes. I don't want to give it so easily. Yeah.
But
so
maybe
this
also
opposite-
rook e1. Rook e1.
Rook e1.
I think it's easier to play white. Let's just put it that way. And Levon, by the way, a big advantage on the clock, and he has played rook to e1, and he said, you know what? You're welcome to munch on c5. I want to munch on e6, and then play rook e7.
So let's maybe run
Please.
back to Hikaru's game, because he only has 1 minute left, and you, of course, Yasser immediately spotted the right move, bishop f7, with crazy ideas like bishop g6, like good luck trying to
To defend your king.
And it's, you can see from Hikaru's expression that it's like this position is not an easy one. 50 seconds left only.
Oh dear. Oh dear. It looks very, very
I
bad.
mean, and by the way, how many moves they
There we
made?
go.
Yes.
They're following our analysis. Bishop takes h2 check. Hikaru has just captured that pawn. And the idea is very simple. Please do me a solid favor.
And
Trade queens and let me play rook takes f7. Now, I had played king h1. King f1 is
I don't
an
know, you would like,
alternative.
yeah, but
But king f1 seems most natural to my eyes. And then
Of
the
course, he
bishop
does
would
it. Bishop King H1 and
bishop
F4.
f4. So the idea is that after bishop to g6, which I'm expecting, pawn can go. Oh, I see that I actually have another alternative, and I didn't spot that before. I have the move rook
E7. Yes.
e7. Very nice. So the idea here with rook e7 is I defend the bishop and I attack your bishop. Did he
And
play it?
He played it. It seems like rook e7 is on the
Wow.
board, yes.
That, oops, sorry, excuse me.
maybe
no,
first.
No.
Bishop
I
to
think that
g6
was my analysis. I
Mhm.
apologize. Yes, he did play rook e7 immediately.
Mhm.
And that is a very nice move.
And you can
because
see Hikaru's face, like
oh,
it's very
dear.
clear that he knows that
He's losing.
it's so bad. I mean, and I don't know how many moves they played. It's like the start of the game, basically. And
Yeah,
like
it's
he's-
very theoretical battle, and one bad move, and Hikaru is out.
He cannot believe, actually. Look at. He cannot
There's no
believe that.
moves. There's no moves, because if you play bishop takes g5,
Mhm.
queen takes g5, and you get out of the pin, then the bishop just drops back and says, give me checkmate on g7,
Yeah.
and you can't trade queens because the bishop on d7 is hanging. 12 seconds,
Yeah.
7 seconds for Hikaru, and he knows, oh
Yeah,
my gosh.
He just
bishop-
defended this bishop because bishop before was one of the threats, right?
Exactly.
To just simply win the bishop. So he just played rook d8 to defend it.
Exactly. So bishop g6 and rook takes d7. So he defends the bishop, but now there has to be a very nice. I mean, I must say, Javokhir has played this beautifully. He set the table very, very nicely for what I think must be a winning sacrifice now coming up. Bishop g6, h6, rook takes g7. Can I just investigate this for
Yes,
just a
just
moment?
like
No, this
Too
is
much?
checkmate.
yeah, this
This one
is
we
clear
checkmate.
yes, but maybe has something else like rook g7, maybe bishop
take-
g5, yes.
Yeah, and I
And
can't
what?
checkmate.
Not even
Yeah,
perpetual, right?
not even perpetual.
Yeah.
So you have to do it properly here.
I don't know, Yasser,
Maybe-
what about just rook e1? I
Rook
don't
E-
know, just to bring one more piece to the battle, but okay, maybe
No,
there is something
no,
better,
no.
yes,
Rook
here.
e1 is fantastic. Another move I find myself attracted to
Yes.
is
Yes,
because
again, rook b3, yes.
I'm threatening mate.
Yes, queen h7, yes.
Yes.
What a beautiful idea.
Oh, bishop f6, even better.
Oh no.
And now we're threatening bishop takes g7 check and bishop g6. And Hikaru just shook his head. He said, oh no.
Yeah.
And we have a move, and bishop g6
Queen
is
d6
resigning.
and bishop d6 and if h6, we can see the checkmate is coming, yes?
Bishop takes g7, and
Yeah.
bishop takes f8.
No, he even made it differently. Bishop h7,
Oh.
great job of
Oh
Javokhir.
my God! Oh my goodness! That was a brilliancy. That's a knockout.
Yeah.
A miniature.
So, and we can see that Team Uzbekistan has the first victory. What's going on the other boards?
Let's go back
check
to
quickly.
Fabiano.
So Wesley saw already. I don't know.
Well, Wesley was, we thought, cruising to an advantage of a pawn, and I'm picking up the action between Nodirbek and Fabiano, and Fabi has actually won the two bishops, and even more importantly, has won the initiative. In fact, the attack against the pawn on b2 looks to be devastating. Queen b4 on Fabi's dance card here. This looks really, really nice. Knight takes e4. What a desperado, but maybe a great move, because you want to get rid of this bishop on f6.
Yeah, so what if I take the knight just to make sure like what's going on here?
Well,
Then queen f6.
then queen f6. So can I take this bishop?
This knight?
Sorry.
Yes. Bishop.
Then there's, you can take my queen, I'll take your queen. Oh my gosh, it's a tactical melee. But I can see from my chess thermometer that Fabi's got a tactic here.
So maybe just take on e4, and if you take on f6, I can take on h3, the bishop.
Simple chess.
Yes, maybe like that. Because I
Simple
don't see any
chess.
checks after that.
And he has done it. He's
yes,
captured.
so I don't see...
There is captures on h6,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, you have
I'm
see
trying
all
to make
this.
I'm desperate with white now.
Mhm.
I'm trying to make a
A draw,
perpetual
yes.
check.
Mhm.
Has he captured on h6, by the way? It
Um,
looks so on my video. Yes, he did.
Yeah,
He
so
did.
now we have to find a way how to defend the bishop and also, queen b6.
By the way,
What a great move. Yes, sir, look at this. Like if you take on h3, of course, it's a checkmate. And
on
if you
b2.
and if you move your queen, then I have a defense against this. Maybe this is what he missed. It's so easy to miss this move. You know,
By
queen
the
goes
way,
back.
It's such a but a
Wow.
beautifully delicate move, because Fabi was facing a perpetual check as well as the loss of the bishop. Without the move queen b6, Nodirbek's strategy would have worked great. However, now the problem is the queen can defend the perpetual.
Yes, and let's calculate the pieces. Yeah, sir. It seems like black
That's
has
easy. An extra one.
an extra
One
piece,
more
yes.
than you do.
Exactly. So if you manage to keep the piece and there is no perpetual, it seems like Fabi is like doing really well.
Cruising,
Yes.
very, very nice. Rook d8. I find that move a bit of a surprise myself. I would have thought that the move e3 or bishop to g4 followed by e3 and knight to d2 was a little bit more, well, accurate.
In any case, I'm trying to figure out what is this move g4, and it's actually perhaps it's a really good move because you cannot take with the queen. This I spotted, but let's
Right
show
away.
it to people.
Yes,
Yes,
of
so
course.
queen g4 would be a big, huge mistake because of rook g1. Yes, so your
Yes.
king is open, and actually by playing g4, Nodirbek is trying to kind of cut this bishop from
Exactly.
from the game, and actually threatens to play rook g1, rook g3.
Yes.
So black should be really careful. So in case if you take with the bishop, I wonder what happens then. Again, rook g1,
Yes.
and after f5, it can be h3 or something like that.
Precisely.
Yes. So
A big question for me is rook takes d5. Rook takes d5, and if you try to play queen g3 to trap my bishop,
yes,
then I will double up rooks, and again I will have
threaten
e3.
the knight. Yes.
Yeah.
Or something like
So it looks to me, if you don't mind me saying this, that Fabi is winning. That would tie this match. And I'm just going to quickly check in on Wesley So's game.
that. Hmm.
He hasn't yet won the pawn. He stands much better. I like Wesley's position. Levon, he stands much better. It's bishops of opposite color, but in bishops of opposite color, you always have to ask yourself, who has the more potent pawns? And in this case, it looks like white is for choice.
Yes, white is for choice, and you see Hikaru following the game of Levon, hoping.
Very, very carefully.
Yes,
Can you
yes, yes.
can you tie it up for us?
Yes.
I'm going to go back to the game. Oh, where would you like to take us?
Oh no, I think Fabiano's game is
That's
like
the one I
game
wanted to go to. By the way, Bishop.
to stay with. Yes.
Oh, look at this. This is hilarious. Fabi said, I don't want to get my bishop trapped, and I do have a protected square that I can land on. But that is a surprise move. Why didn't he play rook takes d5?
I mean, probably he actually maybe he calculated that after queen g3, rook d8, maybe c3, for example, defending
Yeah.
the knight or something like that.
And then e3
I just wonder
check.
why it's bad bishop g2, bishop f3. There is some tactics we are missing, yes or what? Bishop
No.
f3. Why is it? Why is the
I
bar
take it.
doesn't like it?
I take it.
Ah, what about this knight on c4?
Correct. That is absolutely correct.
I cannot believe it.
Bishop to g2, rook g1, and
Is
what
he
did he
just
do
blunder?
with? By the way, here in Miami, we're just experiencing a storm, and I heard
Oh.
the thunder outside.
It's time to get out from the
It's-
beach, you know. Yes, sir, like
It's the moment I said Fabi had the game, he was a piece up. He played the move bishop g2, and forgot about his knight on c4.
was Fabi affected by the storm, you know, like
Yeah.
it's something in the air. You could feel it.
Something has now.
No,
My goodness.
It doesn't look like
I don't understand. Now he could be worse.
Yeah, like it's a moment when you have to actually calm down, realize what's going on, and try to find the way out.
Yes.
What will be the way out? Like rook d5 probably. Maybe this is the moment.
Well, let's see what he
Well,
he came
he made a
came
move,
up
yes, but-
with something.
Yes, rook d5. Yes, sir. It felt like
Knight b2.
wow.
That's a little bit of a shock. So what his intention is he's now looking to make a draw.
Yes, it
Essentially
seems.
offer his opponent a chance to make a perpetual check. But without the move bishop g2, it would have taken Nodirbek several moves to win the bishop.
Oh.
Rook takes d5 would have been the same game position with 2 extra moves for white.
Yeah, I mean, you
Oh
can see
my
some
goodness.
emotions even on Fabi's face. Usually he has this kind of poker face and you never know what's going on,
Yeah.
but I mean, it's not
Not
possible
anymore.
to
Not anymore.
avoid it.
We do have king takes b2,
Queen
queen
b6,
b6
and
check.
rook d4 probably will follow.
Yes.
And basically white.
Okay, so we do have king c1, rook takes d4, and again, there's a check. Wait a minute. I have to go to h7?
You're trying to see that if after queen g5, let's say there are some ideas with queen e5 or what?
Correct.
Yes, I already got the idea. So you have to be careful, right?
Yeah,
King g7 may lose the game after queen e5. Or not lose, sorry, but kind of
Yes,
makes...
lose the game.
Yeah,
Lose
yes,
the
lose
game.
the rook and the game. Yes.
Exactly. You got it.
Yes.
No,
So king
you-
g8 is the only move, like
And that
black
will
has to be
be-
careful.
that will be the
The mistake
that's
because
the
of
mistake.
queen e5 again. So
Exactly.
you have to play. You have to choose only white squares.
Exactly.
H7, G8.
Exactly. Whew. But
no,
Fabi is lucky with him move bishop g2. He didn't blunder the game.
Yeah, I mean, after
I mean, it was a
bishop c, he's
blunder.
losing.
Yes. Okay. And I remember having this conversation with Nodirbek. Sorry, I'm going to refresh my board live. And I think he made a move instead. Okay. He did give a check, king to h7, and he's
Yeah,
just...
he's checking, let's
Yeah.
say, and now he's checking the results because Nodirbek knows that he needs to know what was the results of his teammates. You know, you are
Precisely.
not playing for yourself here anymore. You have to make sure that this is the result.
That
Which will not
secures
spoil
victory.
or at least not spoil the situation of the match. Of course, we still have 2 games
Yeah.
not finished, and like I don't know what you do. Like you have 3 minutes, Yasser, against 1. Do you
Right.
stand up and check the games of your teammates, or you try to focus on yours?
Well, I think they actually have a digital display so they can see the other
They
games.
have, yes.
I mean, the temptation of playing rook g3 and rook h3 is incredibly strong because it's checkmate. The problem
Yeah.
is rook g3 will walk into rook takes d1 check and queen d8 check. So Fabi, yes, here you go. Here is the threat of checkmate. So Fabi has to, the only defense to cover up is to play queen e7 check, which he found, by the way, instantly. A lot of us would be nervous,
I would be
panic,
shaking
panic.
just like,
Yes.
oh, what you're talking
Queen
about,
check.
yes.
Fabi says, I'm interested in maintaining the pawn on e4, so I don't want, and we do have more moves. Let me keep abreast of what's going on with the live position. King to d2, queen g6, king d2. Is that what happened?
Yes, exactly. He just calmly brings his king to the game. I mean,
I'm a
I'm just
little
wondering
bit
after rook
stunned.
d8, like where he goes on e3 or like,
Right?
right?
Oh, king
g7.
g7. Okay, Fabi is basically saying, I'm interested in playing the endgame, but I'd like to do it with the queens. Queen d. If you like to trade, that's okay. I can either I can recapture under better conditions,
Yeah.
let's say. And
So yeah,
queen
I think
trade?
it was time to trade the queens if you want to keep the game going.
Exactly.
And
Now, for sure, Nodirbek played king d2 with the idea that he wanted to take this pawn, but king e3 is going to be met by rook c8 and rook takes c2, and Fabi is perfectly okay. King e3,
still he played this move.
yeah. Rook
I
h. Rook c8 is such a compelling move,
Oh,
and he did
G2
it.
just defending C2.
I'm not so sure anymore. This pawn, it's passed. I understand that it's blockaded, but okay, we go f5. We capture. King takes f5. The pawn is protected. Be careful as white that you don't lose the blockade.
Yeah, so even rook c4, you know, just defending it. and-
Rook c4, natural move.
Yes, also, and playing next moves. If I don't know, then it's gonna be a race like h4, so f5.
Well, I think Fabi is basically saying with this move f5, you should make the draw.
No, but
Because if you blunder terribly, I'm not sure. You play
Yeah.
h4, rook check. Did he play h4?
yes, it seems like he played h4. Yes,
I
but
thought that
by
was a
the way,
blunder.
yes, sir.
Yes,
I
please.
just saw Fabi checking also the screens, and can you imagine now the situation is like, of course, they understand the U.S. team members that they're losing the match. Hikaru lost the first game,
Right.
and where are you going to win? Which game? Because for the moment, it seems like we can see it
How
down
about
there.
Levon? Yes, I
Yes,
see.
the bar shows level
Equals,
everywhere.
everywhere.
So somebody needs to risk. I mean, they all understand it very well that they have to push, they have to keep playing. You know, you
Yeah.
cannot just agree on a draw and finish the
Well,
match.
this game is about to be agreed to a draw.
Yeah, I mean-
because after b5, it's 1 versus 1 and a rook ending, and there's nothing to play for.
Yes. Okay, let's just see the final handshake and jump
There we go.
immediately
To Levon's
to
game
Levon's
because
game.
whoa.
Many changes, no rooks anymore. Yasser,
And
opposite color bishop.
there is a threat of a c3, bishop takes c3, king takes. So Levon,
But I see another threat as well. Sometimes it's g6 and h6. But I'm
Exactly.
not sure like if it works or not. Like
so the question is, should Levon risk playing king takes f3, c3, and going into an endgame? I think you risk that. Let's just take a quick look. I think you risk this. This is, so the idea is that you want to play g6 takes, h6,
but then g5. Yes, the only move to not
And-
allow h7. Yes.
f4, f5, and h7 is on your agenda. Wow,
Yeah,
this
it's
is sharp. You better calculate this
Till
very
the end, yes.
accurately.
With your 3 minutes.
Yes. 3 minutes
Yes,
and
so
32
Levon
seconds.
has-
But
But Yakubboev Nodirbek has 25 seconds left only.
Only.
So he needs to also sit. What about move king d4? Like very calm move, trying to, or king d2, you know, trying to avoid this
Oh, that's a
c3.
draw.
Yeah, that's a draw for sure. Yes,
for
so,
sure.
like,
So king d4, the bishop will just come back
Mm-hmm.
to d3 to defend the pawn and say, okay, go ahead and play g6 if you would like. But king takes f3 is the big question. Is it a winning attempt? Now, we know from my chess thermometer that the position's even.
yeah, but I mean,
We know that.
we
The
know.
players don't know that. The players are busily calculating king f3, c3, bishop takes c3, king takes a3, king f4. And who has calculated it better?
The only thing I can say that these are the only moves in the position. Like
Yes.
Yakubboev might play them simply because there's
There's no
there's no
choice.
option. Yes, so there's no
Yes.
other option here.
Yes.
So I feel like, yeah, I mean, despite the fact that he has only 25 seconds left, like you
It's kind of easy.
kind of easy
Force
for them,
moves are
yes,
e-
to see
are-
this force line.
Yeah, only
Um,
moves are like that. Quickly checking in again, Fabi drew, Hikaru lost, Uzbekistan leads by 1.5. Wesley So
Is-
won an exchange. Okay.
Yes, actually, Wesley so probably would like to be again the one,
The hero of the round.
hero of the round. Yes, so the hero of the match. But
This reminds of the 1990 World Championship match in New York City between Kasparov and Karpov. Kasparov had bishops of opposite colors against with rook against a knight and bishop and managed to win. and it was an adjourned game, and we analyzed it for like 2 days, and I thought it was a draw. So this one is going to be very, very hard to win. Wesley's advantage, but it's slight.
Is
Let's
it
go
better,
back to.
Yasser, to play this game with 1 minute or analyze it for 2 days?
I'll
then
take
try
the
to
1 minute.
perform?
Levon has played the move King D4, which is for me a clear indication that he had to reject that variation. Okay, so what I think Levon wants to do, he's keeping G6 in reserve, yes? What I think Levon wants to do is reposition his bishop to the E5 square, or maybe even to the D6 square, and keep an eye on the pawn from an active. But I don't think that changes the evaluation of the position.
Yeah.
With this pawn, so long as this pawn on F3 remains on F3, preventing F4, I think the game will be drawn.
Yeah, I don't see the plan for any of the players like
Exactly.
to really improve the position. Like it's hard to imagine
Exactly.
how you can win for white or for black.
Levon is, again, he's brought his king back.
The
And his
idea was,
bishop.
yeah, maybe to defend it and now go king d4, but it doesn't change much.
No, I think it's because actually a kind of how do you say, a transposition to the position. So once again, Levon had an opportunity a moment ago to go king d4, king e3, which he rejected. He probably was a bit fearful that that position was not to his advantage because there was a c3. Now this is looking more and more like a draw, and America is going to rely once again on Wesley. Let's switch to the game of Wesley. Wesley is down to 16 seconds.
Against 41 seconds for Shamsiddin. Oh, yeah, I mean,
Wow.
Wesley knows that he somehow the only one who can equalize the score in the match, but
Right.
yeah, I mean, again, you have to play according to the position and not to get completely crazy, because even in case of if we have level score in overall matches, then every point will count, because the tie break will be the points every
Will
team
be the game- will be the
got,
game
yes.
points, yeah?
The game points, yes,
Yeah.
exactly. So still, like, you should not get completely crazy, and we can see Hikaru
Very
desperately
interesting. Go, Wesley,
hoping,
go.
yes, to
Yeah.
and rooting for his members of the team. But yeah, I mean, it's really hard to
Yeah.
make any progress here as well. Like, okay,
Finally,
but
he's
Wesley's
played
trying,
F5.
yes, F5.
Yeah.
The good thing that he can play this position for next 50 moves at least. Yes, sir.
Yeah, for
Yes,
sure.
sir.
Good for us. Knight to g5. Okay, I love that move, knight g5 as a defensive move. It was really beautifully well timed, because I think as long as black has g6 in his pocket to be able to trade the structure, then he's safe.
Yeah, it's also that this king cannot really go to the camp of his opponent, because once you cross
F5.
this line, F5 pawn will be taken, right?
Well,
Or-
you can do it in a different way. You can put your rook to
Ah, yes, and then
c5.
okay.
But boy, how do you say? That's a long,
A long way.
long way.
Yeah. No. So Wesley's so experienced. He's
Re-
still trying, yes, and yes, rook d5. I think that's the idea. Yes, he was.
Because there is a, how do you say? There is a lurking. You don't want to play bishop f3.
Yeah, because rook d8,
Rook
threatening
d8.
checkmate. Okay, king h7 is still.
And you've got g6 too.
Yes.
Yes.
But
Okay, this is Wesley. Wesley is saying, a moment ago I couldn't cross, but now I'm ready. Now I'm ready to go. I don't, even when I get there, I'm not sure what I'm getting when I'm there. But at least, and Wesley's confirming
checking, yes.
that it's up to him again. Can he play the hero for the second
I think Wesley's
round in a row?
enjoying. No, he just answered you. It seems like yes. Not
The
really.
answer is, I hope so.
Not really. Not
I-
really.
I remember in our gold medal performance in Baku, Wesley also had a gold medal on his board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
golden times of American team
Yes.
winning the medals.
Oh, those were the days.
Yeah. This year again, like we remember that the Olympiad will be in Uzbekistan
Yes.
in Samarkand, and Wesley is going to be one of the members of the team alongside with his teammates Fabiano, Caruana, and Levon, Aronian.
We will have two youngsters. We'll have Hans Niemann and a wonder Liang
Yes.
joining the American team.
Yes.
So,
No
okay.
Hikaru this time,
No Hikaru.
but
Hikaru
we have him
declined.
here.
Yes.
So
Very, very fortunate to have Hikaru on our team this time. Shamsiddin he's burning a minute. Somebody better tell him he doesn't have a minute to burn.
well, but Wesley who has now like 9 seconds. No, sorry, Shamsiddin. Yeah,
Yes,
sorry,
yes.
sorry.
And
Yes.
then he suddenly woke up.
G6 move.
And quickly, instantly, Rook F6 was played, and that turns the game around. Rook F6 is a winning threat.
And we can see in Hikaru's face also that, and also
Oh,
Nodirbek,
now we have
everybody can
bishop
see
takes,
it.
and now we have a passer.
Oh no,
And
this
we
is
have
what
rook
he
takes
missed.
G6. That's winning.
That's winning
It
for
wins.
Wesley.
Oh, what a blunder.
Unbelievable.
G6,
Wesley
and he spent a minute.
And
Okay,
Nodirbek is showing to his teammate like this was the correct
easy
move. or
draw.
It was a draw.
Easy. Oh,
What a drama.
And that leaves one game remaining. Let's jump to it.
Yes.
And now Levon can happily say, okay, let's make a draw because now.
Now at least we made a draw in the match, right?
Yes,
Like,
exactly.
I mean,
I can secure the match
Yeah.
result with a draw. And yeah, White has no issues. White has a perfect blockade against these pawns, and he can just play bishop to b2.
I think Nodirbek is kind of also like ready
What
for
a
a
shock.
draw, but shows that it was 3 times repetition.
Yes, and
But looks also a bit
and-
disappointed, it seems.
and that will be a confirmation from the arbiters. And yes, I think that a draw has been confirmed by the arbiters.
Yeah.
Wow, what a save! And suddenly you see a very happy
Happy
Hikaru.
Hikaru, yes.
Wesley saved my bacon, and that means that the
And that
1-1.
means, so the score is 1-1, and it
Full
means
match
that
too.
that U.S. team is leading right
Still
now.
3-1.
After 2 rounds, U.S. team has 3 points, while Uzbekistan team has 1 point.
That was a lucky escape for
Cannot believe it. Yes.
Team USA.
No, but also remember Fabiano had a great chance to win the game. So actually,
Yes,
like
Bishop G2 was
like
was a real shock move there.
Yes.
In fact, let us just review a little bit because that happened very surprisingly for those of you joining us late. In this game between.
in this game, which
Oh,
we
sorry,
will
we
speak
haven't-
about a bit later. Yes, so we have now Fiona with Nodirbek who can speak about the game himself.
I'm here with Nodirbek Abdusattorov at the end of round 2. In fact, now I see who Javokhir. Oh well, he's busy. I wanted Javokhir won such a nice game, but maybe you can tell us a little bit about this match. It looked like you were getting close to winning it and equalizing. Tell us about maybe this decisive game here between Wesley and Shamsiddin.
Yeah, I thought should be quite comfortably draw, but I guess he played well until the very end, but I think G6 was unnecessary. I think he should have played King H7, Bishop G5, FG, and try to exchange with H4 next. I think it should be like relatively easy draw. I think after G6 he missed Rook D6, and I think he resigned prematurely at the end. He could have played on, and I mean, who knows what would happen. Yeah, but I mean, in general, it's very close match. In my game, it was very complicated from the opening. It was very sharp Najdorf. At some point, I sacked a piece, but I think he found good resources and consolidated. But he also, I think, misplayed it after with Rook A8. He missed G4, and suddenly I think it became very complicated again. I thought I I could have pressed on at some point, but I think he played well and he equalized.
How are you enjoying playing in this match so far?
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, all guys are extremely strong. We have played many games against each other. We know each other like for quite some time. Yeah, I mean, in general, atmosphere is great. Players are feeling like they're willing to fight every game. Every round is very, very close. Yeah, I hope we'll do better.
Nodirbek, thank you so much and best of luck in the next one. And actually, we are going to go over there and see if we can hear from Javokhir still, who played a really brilliant game against Hikaru. So let's go and see if we can find him. Javokhir, could we speak to you for 1 second? Thank you so much. So we're now here with Javokhir, who played really a brilliant game against Hikaru, and what a finish with Bishop f6. How did it feel to be playing this game and that finish?
I mean, okay, it's a nice game, but nothing special. Yeah. All of this big line is my preparation, which I used a lot in World Cup. In Hong Kong I played as well. And yeah, I think he just missed the line, and then I got a good chance. I understand I have good attack, but I didn't realize like I'm winning immediately after move bishop f7. I checked with the engine, and yeah, computer says like we are just winning, and I'm happy that I find all of the best moves.
So you said that was still prep. Do you still have a lot of leftover prep from the World Cup and the candidates tournament?
I think no, but this line especially, like we checked really deep, and I mean I won a lot of games in this line, so I mean especially this line is something, I mean, very good preparation in my opinion.
And now, well, speaking of your preparation, your coach Roman is right there behind us, and your second, Vokhidov, is actually playing alongside you on the team. Before he was a helper behind the scenes. How does it feel to have him on the team now?
I mean, like Vokhidov is always, we know he's a very good player. He won, I mean, months ago, biggest tournament, Uzbekistan Cup. It's always nice to play with him in team. And yeah, I'm happy that my coach here. It's a very nice tournament, and we are enjoying chess here.
Javokhir, thank you so very much, and best of luck with the next round, which is about to start. So we're going to head back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Fiona. Fantastic interviews with members of Uzbekistani team. And I mean, I was laughing, yes, and me and Yasser were laughing to hear that old guys. Yes, these kids, these old guys. Guys, yes, this is clash. This is clash of generations. It's clear. Everybody has this feeling, right? Both
36-year average for America, 20-year average for Uzbekistan. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
And
they're teasing each other, you know. The atmosphere
I feel
is great.
a little poking. I felt it. I felt it. It was like, oh, in the side. But yes, those two games, two decisive games. Sindarov won a really beautiful game against Hikaru. But he felt that Hikaru's blunder was so egregious that it was in his file that he didn't feel like, oh, this will be a brilliancy that I will enjoy for the rest of my life and go in my best games book. No, because it was so much a part of already his repertoire.
Preparation, yes. Or maybe he's just a very modest boy, and like he doesn't want to really...
He's saying that really this was prep, and a bad prep by Hikaru. In any case, round 3 is coming up, and we have new pairings for this round.
Yeah, for this round we have actually, it seems like again some new players.
Yes.
So Team US is switching also. Yes, so Fabiano Caruana is going to play against Nodirbek Yakubboev this time.
Right.
Hikaru Nakamura will play against Shamsiddin Vokhidov. Levon Aronian will face Javokhir Sindarov, who plays, by the way, the third game. Yes, also in this tournament. And Linier Domingos is facing Nodirbek Abdusattorov. We don't see
Wesley.
And
our guy is so hot.
Yes.
He needs to cool down.
Exactly.
Two out of 2.
Yes.
So of course
how
you rest.
Yes.
You rest your hottest player. Of course, that would never have happened. But the trick is, We didn't know that Wesley was going to win all of his games.
Nobody knew, and
So
the
the
lineup was made
captain,
before.
yes, has already said, okay, Wesley, you get to play the first two, and then you will rest, and da-da-da-da. And now we regret Wesley not being in our lineup.
Exactly.
Okay, once again, let's take a look at the third round pairing, Fabi versus Nodirbek. How do I pronounce his last name?
I'm really happy to see actually players now on our screens. They're chatting with each other, and
Right.
everybody mentioned the atmosphere is great. And yeah, I mean, it's really nice match. You know, this match feels like really something special. We can see a drama behind it. We can see that everybody is playing for pride here.
Of
You know,
course.
nobody wants to lose this
No,
match. Yes,
no.
and the emotions are real. You could see Hikaru like losing this game and like
Grimace.
feeling so bad, you know, that
Yeah.
and he was stayed there for the whole round, watching his teammates, hoping that they will like, equalize the score at least. You know?
Yes.
So it's very, very intense, and I mean, despite the fact that it's not, let's say, Olympiad, it's not an official event, and it's
Right.
kind of friendly match. The games are real, and the fight is also real. Like, and
Exactly.
I hope everybody is enjoying so far. And for the moment, the score is 3-1.
Correct.
And we have to explain it a little bit because in every match, the team gets 2 points for victory. So, in fact, USA team won one match and made a draw in the second one. And this is, once again, the format, Scheveningen
Bravo.
system.
Bravo.
4 players will play against every game against the other players, and today we have rapid chess, so which means 15 minutes plus 10 seconds per game. Exciting format, exciting chess. Fabiano is on our screens, and the game is starting.
In a good mood. Fabi, I had checked with the engine during the interviews, and just as I suspected, he was winning without the move bishop g2. That piece sacrifice was incorrect by Nodirbek, and had Fabi played rook takes d5, he would have consolidated comfortably and won the game. So a little bit unlucky that
Yeah, but at the same time, lucky
we
on
got
the
lucky
other
with
board.
Wesley.
Yes. So what is important? Let's say is somehow not to lose the games, which is
Right.
okay, easy to say, hard to do. Yasser, you have so much experience playing for your U.S. team in 10 Olympiads, if I'm not
Yes.
mistaken, right? So you are a real team player, and you know
Yeah.
how important.
10 Olympiads, 2 world team championships. Yeah.
Some medals on the
yeah,
way.
on
Yes.
the way. B2, B3, I was going to say that if you play D4, it's a Queen's Indian defense, and you can play for the Polygaevsky pawn sacrifice, which today isn't considered as dangerous as it was when Lev Polygaevsky uncorked it in his candidates match against Viktor Korchnoi in 1980 in Buenos Aires. B2, B3, much more restrained Reti, where you play E3, Queen E2, and laboriously bring the pieces out. Let's just check in on the other games. We're going to go to
Hikaru's game, yes,
yes, 4-2.
against Shamsiddin.
And
Vokhidov.
already we have a complete mess. This, boy, what do they call it? I
This is,
forgot already the name of this opening.
when you play C3 right away, yes?
Yes,
Is
but
that,
I studied this literally when I was a teenager and not since.
yes.
Okay, they are in the deeper part of their library, and as you can see, the chess thermometer is saying, I don't believe the sacrifice, and maybe you can even sacrifice with the move bishop to c5. The only thing is you should know what you're doing. What is it called?
Yes, so we have from our team,
Yes.
Ponsen.
Ponziani.
Ponziani.
Ponziani opening. There you go.
Why
but-
Hikaru looks so bored, you know?
Exactly,
It seems
like-
very exciting.
Okay,
opening.
he obviously has prepared this. 15 minutes and 48 seconds on his clock. He's been playing all of his moves, bing, bang, zip, zip, zip. And Shamsiddin has taken nearly 2 minutes. Whoa!
Whoa, whoa. He goes
to
back
go
with his...
back, and
knight.
that can't be a good move. It
So-
just everything is wrong with that move. So Queen E2, will comfortably win the pawn back for white.
So what is the main move? Like 97 was the main move.
Even
like I was
bishop
trying to-
c5.
Even bishop c5. Yes,
I
with
think
some
bishop
ideas.
c5. But again,
You
you
need to
should
know, yes, you need
know
to
what
know.
you're doing. And now Hikaru knows this move is wrong. And he's figuring out, do I do something other than queen e2? Could I play, for example, bishop to d3, followed by knight takes e5? And would that get me an advantage? You can almost see him like very suspicious of what black has just done. But queen e2 is comfortable. Let's continue to board number 3. On the first two boards, they switch color.
Yes.
The colors are the same. On the next two boards, they switch colors. And what do we have here? Okay, this is, I remember fond memories. I was on the black side in the Phillips and Drew tournament in London against Viktor Lvovich, Viktor Korchnoi. I played f6. He played d3. I played e5. Let's see what the modern approach is.
Mm-hmm.
I'd never considered the move c6.
c6, yes.
And let's see what we have. It's almost like a Blumenfeld gambit in reverse. And what black wants to do, black is absolutely paranoid about the pawn. He wants to protect the pawn on e5. And the way to do that is to capture this knight and play the move e5.
e5 and protect.
Yes, and
everything
protect.
And have the center, yes.
Now,
Mm-hmm.
the question is, can we play the move knight e5 with the idea of actually, well, first of all, we attack the bishop, right? But actually with the idea of playing f4 and bishop to b2 and not allowing e5.
Yes.
Not giving black the opportunity
I
of
just
playing e5.
I'm sitting and wondering where to play with this bishop. Like, do you go all the way back? Like, you don't want these g4 moves to
Yes,
appear?
maybe
or
you're afraid.
fine with them?
I don't
like,
know.
I started to
He's
get some
played
ideas.
bishop
like,
h5.
yes, like even I mean, I thought about actually bishop f5, g4, f3, and like move like e6 with queen h4 ideas. You know, I don't know. Like I was
Checkmate.
some
Yes.
checkmate
Yeah.
ideas, but yeah, I mean,
Now-
it's too much. Yes.
Now, when you play the move g4, it comes with a consequence. So, for example, queen c7, if you take my bishop, I take your knight. And if you
Exactly.
play f4, and I play f6, and if you take my knight, the kingside structure is really messed up. You won the two bishops. Again, the players, I wonder how deep their preparation is. The move c7, c6 says to me that Levon has actually considered this line of play, and he's prepared for it.
I have a feeling, yes, this is the type of positions Levon probably played many times with somewhere.
The old guys have experience,
Yes.
right? Yeah. I
Yes.
mean, bishop b2, okay.
Bishop
That's
b2, yes.
That is absolutely inviting f6 and e5. Because if I can, again, I told you I was paranoid about defending this pawn on e5. If I can play f6 and e5, I feel that Levon will accept the position. Let's go to the fourth board and go to the game of Lanier against Nodirbek. And this is, what is this? There's an f7 pawn missing, and there's a b2 pawn missing. If you don't mind, I just have to see how they did it. It was from a Joko piano.
Yes, e5. This line, oh my gosh.
And-
Okay. Yes,
and-
lots of theory here.
Oh my gosh, is there ever? Okay, this is how they got this. And it's really, I want to give Wesley So some credit. He really has been pioneering this for white for some time. Sorry.
I don't know. It's just,
Yeah.
I mean, so it means like Lanier also knows this line. Like
Yeah, because he's had
both
to
of them,
study the
yes.
game of Wesley So.
Of course, yes. So it's good when your teammate
Right,
made
force
this road
you.
for you. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, bishop e4, essentially kind of saying, I would like to use the half-open f-file. I'm not going to sacrifice my queen on f3, but I would really like to play bishop takes f3 and rook takes f3. Also, I want to slow down or maybe just simply stop the move c3, c4. Feels like they're still in theory, although, yeah, Nodirbek has almost 15 minutes. So I think that they're still, they both know what they're doing. Knight d2 has just been played, and I'm sure this bishop is going to drop back.
So even though we don't have Wesley So now playing in this match, his spirit
The spirit is there.
is still there. Yes,
Absolutely. That's correct.
Yeah, so his prep is also here.
Yes.
I don't know, Yasser, can we
Please.
a little bit change the track and come back to the game of Levon? Because there are some
Sure.
changes, like the position is so
Ooh.
unclear. I don't really understand like what's going on.
Well, as expected,
Yes, you said
F6,
F6, yes, and it seems like
takes.
G4 was the move.
Knight F6, E3, E6. And of course, the whole point is you do not want to suffer this bishop being dead. So you're really hoping, what you're really hoping for is that you will get to play A5 and bishop C5. Once again, I did tell you I'm paranoid about controlling the square D4. Put another way, as long as there's a black pawn on D4, the gentleman sitting on the B1 square
Also
is
is
a little
not-
bit unhappy.
Same for bishop B2, yes, a little bit like
Unhappy. So if you could,
cut.
if you could play A5, provoke provoke white to play B5, then you would play bishop C5 and you would be a hero. Everything's going swimmingly well for black.
Where these people will make castling? This is my question. Or do we have any hope to
Yeah.
see even one
Yeah.
castling here? After Rook G1, it's clear we don't have the short one.
No short castling. By the way, probably no long castling. Javokhir is basically saying, my king is going to remain in the center for some time. You know, of course, the famous legendary Grandmaster Edward Gufeld, and there are 1,000 Edward Gufeld stories. Not all of them very good, by the way. But he was many times the captain of the Soviet women's team. And he was very nervous type, and he didn't like to come to the game at the very start of the game. So he would come usually half an hour later. As he was breaking into the tournament hall, he would look for someone who spoke Russian. He'd find that person and he'd say, how are our girls doing?
Yeah.
Oh, everything's good. Is everybody castled? He would ask.
That's a very good question, yes.
And if they said yes, he would say, very good. If they said no, he said, we must train harder.
Absolutely. What a great idea. And,
The Rook G1.
yeah. And
No
actually, yes,
castle.
speaking about it, I mean, it seems like Hikaru also doesn't want to castle.
Nobody believes in
Yes.
castling. What's going on? But okay, the move C5, by the way, is very consequent. White is looking at the possibility of both bishop C4 as well as queen B3. Again, you would love to develop this bishop to C5. So the big question is, should Levon play the move B7, B6? Levon has just attacked the pawn on B4, and he's inviting the move queen B3, defends the pawn on B3, as well as attacks the pawn on E6. I'm not sure if this was all of his
Actually,
strategy.
Maybe that's why White played Rook G1, because now after Queen B3, Black could have played like Queen D5 or something like that.
And then the rook would be hanging.
Yes, and now I kind of realized that it's not possible because of Bishop C4. So
Maybe Levon wants after queen B3 to play knight
Knight
to
D5,
D5
yes.
with the idea of munching on the B4 pawn. And if you could munch the B4 pawn, you could munch the C5 pawn, the knee bone connected to the ankle bone, and so on. So
complicated position, and like
Exactly.
I really like it. Like it seems like both players are like trying to understand. Even like it's like so many things, so many factors to take into account. Yes, so knight C7 defending E6,
check
bishop
that
C4.
out. A very different approach from Levon. I was expecting that the other knight was going to go to D5. That did not happen. Bishop came to C4. Again, I want to keep this pawn. I'm a pawn lover. Queen to D7 would defend the pawn on E6.
I mean, if you could have a
King.
choice, Yasser, to play for white or black.
I like white. I like the two bishops. I can see potential in white's position. White has F2, F4 potential. And that could blow open the position, especially if Levon has to move his king to protect the pawn on e6. King f7, f4. And I can see a little nervous about Levon's position in this case. But again, what? Knight h5?
Knight h5, yes. So
See, the wonderful thing about Levon is when I commentate on his games, I really understand this is an alien. And there is alien intelligence, and it's Levon.
yeah.
He is amazing. He comes up with concepts that blow my mind. I mean, I would have understood if the knight had centralized itself and gone to d5 square. Of course, Levon wants to play queen h4, attacking pawn on h2, attacking pawn on f2. And he's basically saying, I'm not worried about
Yes,
bishop takes
I'm
e6.
but I'm worried, Yasser.
Thank
so
you,
Can you
me three.
Literally-
Everybody should worry. Everybody should worry.
I'm trying to understand like what I'm going to do after bishop b6. Like it's so natural for him. Like knight h5. No, he was not thinking that much. You know, he played this
Right.
move. I'm still worried, and I'm like after bishop b6, what am I doing? I
Right.
just leave this pawn, but there is also a threat bishop f7. So do I need to play queen f6 after that,
Exactly.
or queen h4, the move you proposed? So like literally all these ideas.
Immediately come rushing to mind.
Yes, and
So I'm assuming bishop takes e6, much like yourself. I want to defend myself against the queen.
and I
And
mean,
instantly,
it's so simple, Yasser. What are you talking about? Just take the bishop, yes. Why?
so queen takes e6.
Yeah.
And quickly, I think we have queen e7 on the board, do we?
Queen e7. So after all these exchanges,
Well, wait a minute. I already I lost one pawn.
exactly. And I
It-
think you're losing the second one, but
Well, let's take a closer look. Queen
yes,
takes, bishop takes,
takes on
pawn
d4.
takes. Pause for a moment.
Mhm.
There's knight f4. This is maybe a very annoying tempo. Knight f4. The knight is going to threaten d3 check,
Yes. Good luck defending
and
against
I
it.
may have to move
Bishop
my
c3.
king. Bishop c3. Move my king. I don't know. This is crazy.
Yeah, because look, I mean, I think Yasser, knight f4 like so much because bishop c3 I think is bad one because you lose b4 pawn at the end.
You right?
But maybe you need to move the king, and then also knight d3 will be also unpleasant. So let's show it on the board again.
Okay.
So if you take,
First of all, Sindarov is not obliged. He could potentially just retreat his queen and say, okay, everybody's messed up. But we have been looking at queen takes e7, bishop takes e7 takes, knight f4.
knight f4, and now bishop c3, for example,
Yes.
you take on before, yes,
Before,
and then you
probably
even
take
give
this
check.
guy, and then
Some
there's a
checks.
check. Yeah.
Yes, and like you take on before, and I don't know, e5 is also like you don't take it bishop c5.
It's
Yeah.
crazy.
One of
I
the
mean,
options, let's say,
Yeah.
and but it seems like black is not worse in all these lines, right?
Well, it's weird. Let's say he has compensation, full compensation. I'm not sure about, but definitely compensation. And again, when Levon played the move knight h5, I was completely blind to such a possibility. And by the way, Sindarov decided not to trade queens. He said that would be helping my opponent. I'm not
And
interested.
g6, yeah, I thought
Okay.
about this move. Just simple g6, taking into account the fact that white cannot take really on d4, right?
Well,
Or
is that
they-
true?
I mean,
Takes,
it's possible, but
takes.
it's check. Let's say you don't win d4 pawn,
Yeah,
but what you do next? Yes,
something like that. I can see that the engine, the thermometer is saying this is really good.
castling maybe.
Okay, let me see what
Yes.
we have done. I'm going to update my board. Ooh, sorry. So they have followed our analysis, by the way. Takes on d4.
Yes,
And Levon is playing
castling. Yes,
with
Yes.
complete elan, as if everything is, again, bishop takes d4, very, very desirable.
I think
but-
rook takes d4 maybe. Oh, maybe not.
But the rook now is on the file. So if we play bishop takes d4, there is a queen e4 sighting.
Yeah.
Pinning
At
the
first I
bishop.
thought about rook d4, but it didn't work, my tactics, because of
Ah.
bishop d7, queen g4 check, yes? So we always have to check this intermediate
Oops.
checks, yes.
But I understand what
And
you
then
wanted.
rook
You wanted
moves,
to
yes.
skewer.
Yeah, but
The
then the
rook.
rook moves, yes. So it's not possible.
But I think this pawn is taboo in any case. Queen e4 would win the game for Levon. Now, again, this pawn on d4 is basically saying, I don't like this move, queen c4 by Sindarov. I understand playing for ambitious, but if I look at the position and I ask myself, whose king is more vulnerable? It feels to me like white's king is more vulnerable. And whose pieces are more effective? And it feels to me like Levon's pieces are more effective. He's ready to play bishop g7, rook to e8, and again, this king. Look at these guys. They're still on their starting squares. They never got out of the barracks.
I think, Yasser, what happened here is Levon somehow tricked his opponent,
Totally.
Javokhir Sindarov, because just judging from the time and also even from the body language of Levon, who was walking around, it seems like he's
Comfort,
like
comfort.
very calm. I have feeling that either he knew this position quite deeply or he kind of felt it better, like maybe he didn't know the lines, but like if you played, I don't know, hundreds of Blitz games in this line, you kind of feel
Yeah,
where
you
the
have
pieces
that
have to move.
understanding,
Like
yeah?
knight h5, you don't make this move out of
No.
nothing, right? You kind of
It's
understand.
crazy.
You should know something about
Yeah.
it. So I just wonder, of course, I hope Fiona later or we will find out more
Yeah.
if it was some prep. But definitely Javokhir is suffering here, and I
No
could see
question.
also his trainer Roman Vidoniak on the background, and he also looked concerned.
Yes.
So, and there is,
Well,
and we understand
understandably.
why, yes, actually.
I really like this move, queen g5, as opposed to a move like queen h4, which hits all the pawns. But queen h5 basically says you cannot take this pawn on d4, queen g4 check, picks up a piece. If you play the move d3, intending to play knight to d2 to knight, guess what? I don't have to develop my bishop on the g7 square. I can develop it on the h6 square, and look out, no knight d2, and don't even think about bishop takes c4. Again, queen g4, but there might also be a rook takes and a queen c1 check, and that will really hurt your feelings. That you don't recover from. So I'm seeing initiative, not a material advantage to white, but an initiative, and a very unpleasant one. Sindarov's in trouble.
Yeah, he keeps spending time. He's down to 2 minutes 40 seconds
Wow.
already against. I mean, basically, Levon has 10 minutes extra minutes on his clock,
Wow.
which is like it doesn't happen that often. And we
No.
know that Javokhir is like really
A
fast
fast-
player. Yes,
yes.
So definitely he feels uncomfortable, and it's very important now not to collapse and kind of keep playing, even
Yeah.
though you understand that position is
Something
not
went wrong.
great. Yes,
Yeah.
but.
Okay. Whenever I'm attacked, I look forward to trying to trade queens, but it's not that I will get rid of all my problems, because the real problems in the position, what's existing, is that these pieces on A1, B1, and B2 are not effective. And what did
I
he
just
do?
wonder, what did he play right now? He took on A5, but I mean, literally, it was hard to find the move, Yasser. Like,
Yeah.
like B5, I was considering, like A4, like what exactly you're doing, like,
this
it wasn't
move-
easy.
Yeah, but this move is actually making Black's life really easy now, because I mean, I've been harping on this, the restraint that this pawn on D4 has. Now you're developing your bishop, you're messing up the structure, and you're keeping your pawn, and you're prepping to play rook e1. Again, all of these pieces on the first rank. Bishop takes c5. This
But
must be
Bishop
winning.
takes C5, A6 maybe? Like
Yeah,
just,
but-
I'm just hoping, like,
It's
I'm
like-
trying to find some tricks.
Go
here.
there, go there.
Yeah, if I go to far A7, Yasser, I'm not sure.
No, the bishop will be on c5.
You will defend, yes.
Oh,
okay.
did he take with the queen?
He took with the queen.
Okay, that was a shock. That was a shock. Bishop takes he must have been afraid of a6.
Yes.
That's my only explanation. But I'm thinking bishop takes c5, a6, rook e8.
Yes, you're so brave. Like I would be annoyed with this pawn, you know.
Yeah, I mean, just bring the
No, I
pieces
understand the
into
point, yes.
yeah, bring the pieces into play. Oh my gosh, this move, queen e6. Sindarov is so brave. Oh no, everything's gone wrong now for Sindarov. I think the position is collapsing.
Yeah, so
I don't like rook e5 either. It's all
even
gone
like
wrong.
if you go to the ending, any ending with this pawn structure, right, is like so good for black.
Absolutely.
Like just look at the pawns of white. There's d2, f2, h2, like really sad pawn
Right.
structure.
Right.
Oh.
Now the question is there a way of? I'm thinking there might be a way of winning material with knight f4, and just like sacrificing for a checkmate. This has gone really desperately wrong for Sindarov here. The king, look, no pieces. Queen d6 or queen a7. What has he chosen? Yep.
Queen a7,
Queen
yes,
a7.
as simple as that.
So again, what Levon is saying is, I want to develop my pieces. I want to play bishop to either g7 or d6 and rook to e8, tempo, and this knight.
Yeah, this
is-
knight,
is-
the king on d1, like
It's terrifyingly
yes, it's
bad.
It's just bad because simply white didn't finish the
Development.
development, yes, and the king is in trouble.
Yeah.
Yes, so and even like not even extra material why we're suffering here. Yes,
No,
so like
no, it's all bad. It's all very bad. I don't see a good, any potential solution here. In fact, everything I'm looking at is just aggressive. I mean, again, a desperado move would be something like this, but the moment you see this, the geometry immediately comes to your mind that this is not the way that white can play. But I just don't know what white is supposed to do. He came back, queen c4, an indication that he's bankrupt. He's
yeah,
simply
and you can
bankrupt.
see finally the emotions on the face of Javokhir. You know, before he was somehow was not really showing them, but now it's very clear. He is like so unhappy about queen c4 move. When you play such a move, you understand that.
Exactly.
Like black has just so simple play, bishop g7, and then rook comes wherever. And all the pawns will be attacked, and like there is no hope. Like where you put this knight, like
Right.
how many moves you need to develop the knight, d3, knight d2, and
Yeah.
black will create threats definitely.
Yeah, and by the way, I said I was paranoid about this pawn on d4. Right now, it's a picture of harmony for Levon's pieces. The bishop defends d4, the rook on d8 defends d4, the queen on a7 defends d4. Maybe the queen is coming to a5. Rook e7. Normally speaking, in such positions, you include bishop f6 before you play rook e8. Don't ask me why. It's just the rules.
Just to,
Just the rules.
just to make sure. Yes.
Just the rules. You touch the rook, you tickle the rook,
Yes.
the rook goes to some awkward square, and then you take the e file for free.
Yeah, but rook e8 looks equally nice. Yes,
Yes.
let's
Everything at this moment is going.
even rook f8. Yes.
Queen takes a5 is not a bad decision either. You bring the queen into play. What has he done?
Yeah,
What did he do? Rook e8 immediately.
He played rook e8 immediately. I mean, we should apologize to
For
our
the
followers
others.
because we are stuck with this game. It's the
Because
most
it's-
intense
And
game of the round.
absolutely the most interesting as well. From the very start, the game took some really crazy early turns. Chaos was born.
But we'll definitely check
A4.
the other games, and you can actually see down there the bar for each
Yes.
game, which is like so helpful to understand like what is the situation in the whole match, because
Slight
we
advantage
shouldn't
for
forget that it's, let's say, the
four players.
Four
Yeah.
players, yes, it's a team competition.
By the
But-
way, a4 on the board. what does this? It basically says, please, 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 don't do anything for 3 or 4 moves. Let me play my knight to a3, rook to b1. So immediately, such thoughts as queen takes a5,
Come
so
to
that
your
I
mind,
can
yes.
swing my queen across. Knight to f4. That is a move that's very hard to resist. Bring your pieces into good squares. Queen takes a5. By the way, taking off that d4 pawn, the relief.
Yes, finally.
It's like somebody's been at your throat for 10, 20 moves.
Yeah, but I mean, the position looks so bad. I mean, the pieces are so active for black, for Levon Aronian. And again, you would like to develop this knight, but now probably knight will be stuck defending the pawn on d2. Yeah,
Right.
so now queen s3 with the hope to develop the knight finally to c3 or a3, but
Queen d5 with the idea of queen here.
B3.
Queen f5 just with the idea of knight f4. I love cementing the knight on the d3 square. If I could go knight f4 to d3, oh, he's done it another way. He's suggesting that the knight will find
another brilliant
a
square.
yeah,
Yeah.
heavenly square on
It's a
f5.
beautiful move actually, knight g7. Like knight will be definitely also placed really well on d4 with all these ideas of checkmate from h1, yes, from b3.
Right.
So like it's gonna be really hard to defend. Javokhir has only 26 seconds left on his clock,
Queen
which
d4
makes
check.
his task to defend this position even more difficult.
Totally. King h8, very simple move. Knight to f5. Remember, I say this all my broadcasts. Knights love protected squares.
Yes.
And when the knight gets to f5, he feels himself sitting on a throne. Like, this is a good square. It's nice, centralized outpost.
Rook a3.
What did you
Yes.
say a moment ago about the
Yeah.
knight being stuck to
Yes.
d2? I think this is an indication of precisely that.
Yes, so
Look at
knight
this.
e6 is on the
With
board.
a tempo. He wants... Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, there's a queen h4 sighting. Okay. Sindarov is inviting rook to d4. I'm not sure what would be... I must say, I have a confession. Rook to d4 looks like...
What, you want to put the rook instead of knight to
well,
the square?
there's a pawn.
Ah, yes, there is
There's
a
a
pawn. Ah, you
peshki.
saw the pawn.
That's one thing. There's also a queen. Wow, there's so many tempting options now for Levon.
And
Queen-
also queen b4.
Queen
sorry,
f5.
sorry, after rook d4. Yes.
Rook d4. Here we go. I think he's chosen queen f5. Yeah.
Queen f5
Again,
was also nice.
it's such a tempting... because when the knight goes to d4, careful, I do understand. But when the knight goes to d4, there's a queen c2, checkmate
Yes.
ideas. So rook to b3 defends the knight on b1.
So now you cannot play knight d4 because rook is hanging on d8, so you
Yes.
have to be at least a little bit
A
careful.
little bit careful.
So there are some
Probably
ideas.
Rook d7.
Yeah,
Okay.
because rook d4, queen e7 with some hopes,
Yeah.
like queen b3.
But rook d7
b7, sorry.
does everything. It defends b7. Not that that's a major issue, but it does defend h7.
Yes.
And it does prepare knight d4 by getting off the...
Yeah, I think this
the
is what he
square.
played, like rook d7, yes.
Yeah.
Great move, and Javokhir answers
Instantly.
instantly since
Queen
There is
h3. Now he's trying to defend. I say, when I'm being attacked, I like to trade queens, but maybe it's a little late.
queen e4, for example.
Queen e4
I
is
don't know,
wonderful. I love queen e4.
with the idea of,
Check on h1,
yes,
as well as give me a pawn on a4.
yeah.
I love queen e4. Maybe queen d5? Yes, he's chosen queen d5. And he's just saying, like, your pieces are stuck. Now and by the way, 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Yes, for Javokhir. He needs to make a move.
Ooh, and it's not easy. Queen
He
h1 check. Oof.
With 3 seconds on his clock, he makes the move.
Wow.
Queen f3.
He almost lost that on time.
Yeah, so what do you do, Yasser? You keep the queens? I would
Of course,
I would keep.
100%. I never trade queens in such moments when you're attacking.
And when your opponent has 13 seconds.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Queen
so
c4.
Queen c4, again
That's
attacking.
an easy move because you've got knight d4 in your pocket. That's a fork, the fork of the queen and the rook, and you've got what's queen h1, queen f1 check, and knight d4. That's it.
But rook e1?
Oh, excuse me. Rook
Yes,
e1.
so rook e1 is the only move
Apologies.
here, yes.
Apologies. There is rookie. So knight d4 first. Apologies.
Knight to d4, yes. So
Um,
making sure
by
that...
the way, I'm a pawn grabber. Queen takes a4 as a check. Where will you move your king?
So queen e4. I don't know if we have now queen
yeah,
a4.
Queen a4 wins an exchange.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. Apologies. There is a queen d7, queen e8 check sighting.
No, but we will just probably trade the queens, no? Like queen e4,
Queen
king
a4,
e1.
king.
Where you go
e1.
with the king? Yes.
Only square. I
Only
can't
square.
go to c1.
No, I mean, queen
Knight-
c2 is not a checkmate, but yes. So like knight c2 check, yes.
Yeah, and then king will go to e2, and then
We
maybe
take the queen.
or queen b5 check.
Yes, maybe this is the.
Also,
it
lots of
looks scary,
very
yes.
tempting choices. The other thing I love to do whenever my opponent's in time trouble is to make an
king c1, you see?
unexpected move.
Yeah, so king c1 he played because queen c2 is not a checkmate. Queen on e4
Yes.
keeps an eye on c2 square, but
But now, instead of playing the direct knight b3, I want to avoid queen e8 check. So I'm very tempted to play. Oops,
what's wrong with
I
this move?
blundered. Oh, I'm sorry. That's rook a3.
Wow.
Okay, that's
No, but it's good point actually. Easy to miss,
easy
right?
to miss. Rook a3
No,
is.
you have to be. We have to be careful, yes,
Have to be very careful. Okay, so knight b3 check then. Knight b3 check. King b2.
B2.
We trade the queens.
And take on d2.
Oops, that
Yes,
was
maybe a knight.
mouse slip.
Mhm.
And take on b2.
Yeah, I mean, how many extra pawns? 2 extra pawns we have.
Let's say for Levon,
Mm-hmm.
that's enough. So knight b3, and Javokhir just looked up like he's looking at the monitor. So there has to be another position that's better for us than this one.
Yeah, actually, Abdusattorov now seems like is on driver's seat.
As well.
He is. We will check it later with you, Yasser, because it
Yes.
seems this game we have to understand like what will happen
Well,
right now.
Well, I'm seeing Levon's winning this,
Yes.
but
you
I'm
want
also
to jump
seeing that.
one
Yes,
more move?
yes. Let's just see that him making these moves, and again because Sindarov. Oh, by the way, that was a good move. The other way, it was just too
Mhm.
easy for black. Queen a2 check. How are we defending this? Queen a2 check. If you go to d1, there's rook takes.
d2, yes, rook d2.
Rook to d2. Queen check. Your king is going for a walk. I can't believe that this is
Hold the
possible.
ball, yes, and
Queen a1 check. Wow, this is crazy. I just have to be aware of this queen e8. Maybe I can just take this pawn and take on b1.
no,
No?
I think it's like maybe we are given too much. No, it should be something like simple, like yes, rook d4.
Rook d4, rook d5.
Mhm, rook
Either
d5
move.
maybe, yes.
Yeah.
I just
So-
want all pieces to be, you know,
Yes, in harmony.
yes, to be defended by. Yeah, so queen a2 was played, so he plays king d1. Yes,
Crazy.
given the chance to play rook takes d2,
And
just king
whoomp.
a1. Yes, just so calm.
How do you play so calmly?
I don't know.
Uh,
No, because probably he
isn't
hopes to
rook-
to have some threats. Yes.
well, there's checkmate. Rook to c2.
With the idea rook c1 or queen b1.
With
So
the
you have
idea.
only one check, basically, right? Queen
Yes.
e8, and there is nothing else.
And then it's bye-bye.
Yeah, so will we have the game where this knight never made any move? And
You know, we have to be self-critical as chess players. And I remember when I was analyzing my games, and I would lose games where I never developed my pieces.
Yeah.
And I would say to myself, I must learn to develop my pieces. I'm not going to suggest to the challenger of the World Championship, Guy, you should learn to develop your pieces.
No, but you mentioned at the very beginning this night.
Resign.
The problem, yes.
Let's go to the game of Lanier, because I think Nodirbek is actually winning, or at least I can see our chess thermometer telling me white is much, much better.
Yeah, but it seems like if we check the pieces, this is what I usually do when we look at the position we have.
Yes.
I just noticed the rook versus bishop, yes, so seems like he has a material advantage.
I didn't like them. Lanier, why did you play d4 in that moment? If we go back just a moment, I mean, I might be missing something, but at least play c5 and d4. That's a tempo, and maybe on a good day you will also get to push the pawn some more. But just giving up the pawn for nothing, that I can't agree with. So now it's a bishop and pawn, yes?
Yes, it's bishop and pawn for the rook, yes.
the
But
rook.
at the same time, yes, more I look at this position, like these two bishops and two pass pawns running, maybe not.
Well,
but
the
yeah.
problem as I see it is actually the king.
Mhm.
If you allow me, I want to play rook f3,
Oh, no,
pinning the
7
bishop.
seconds, 5 seconds.
7 seconds.
It's not only the king, the problem, the time is also.
Oh, he's going to lose on time.
Lanier, make a move.
He made it with
made.
2 seconds on his clock. Oh my goodness, that was close. Either rook f5 or rook f3, and it just basically forces this king into a bit of a box. And the 2 rooks should be enough attacking material to force even more. Let's see.
Can we actually
Please.
have this bird eye view to see all the games? Like we have 3
Oh,
games left, and we have this
nice.
privilege to check all of them all together. And we
Okay.
know with you, Yasser, that one result is here already. Levon Aronian
Has
won the
won.
first game, and USA is leading right now in this match.
In the
but
third
it's
match.
really nice to check. Let's say
Fabiano, I like his knight. I prefer Fabi's position. I'm sure the engine is going to say it's even, but if you put the knight on h5 and you're a human being, you don't like it. And by
Yeah.
the way, I like the move very much by Nodirbek to play bishop e5.
Yes,
You're
trying to
gonna-
protect against this
You
plan.
bet.
Nasty plan you just created, Yasser.
Hikaru?
Hikaru, yes,
He has a slight advantage in the move f7, f5.
What is this bishop on
Weakens-
h8 and king
we-
on g8?
Weakens the king. I
Yes.
mean, this was the Ponziani
Yes.
opening. This is where Hikaru had a very big advantage, we thought, coming out of the opening. And Lanier is suffering still.
Yes.
And very, very little time on his clock at that. So,
I don't know even where we have to go, Yasser. All the games are quite interesting. Maybe we check the game of Hikaru
Okay.
because we haven't checked it for some time. And let's have a closer look.
d5. This is kind of a war cry that says, I'm in time. If you play rook c5, rook takes c5 and d4, and then I have counterplay. Yeah?
So
And if you trade rooks, then the position
what
is
happens,
very,
yes.
very balanced.
it seems like Hikaru is not happy about the
The
development,
no.
right?
Yeah, and his next move, I think this bishop just comes out and king is on g7. This looks very, very balanced. I don't see any advantages here. I'm going to go back to the game of Lanier and Nodirbek for a moment, because Lanier has
They've changed
suffered.
the bishops,
Yes,
and now
is suffering because, again, it's still this back rank issue. I'm sure Nodirbek is looking to play. On a dream, he wants to just put his pawn on g6 and his rook on e8 and say resign.
yes.
So that's what Lanier is facing, and he's hoping that he will try to get some counterplay. Not easy to advance the pawn, by the way.
Yasser, would you like
Yes.
to exchange one rook, like playing like rook f8, or
I would
it's
love
gonna
to.
be even because I think he had the chance to exchange the rooks, taking into account that f2 is also hanging, so you cannot remove rook from f5. So I
Right.
was just maybe he can still do it. I just wonder if it's good for black, to keep, let's say, to get rid of one of the rooks
Yeah.
since they're creating so many threats together.
Lanier is a little bit frozen. His pieces are a little bit frozen because he can't play b5.
Mhm.
The rook would have dropped back, and there's an issue. So I think that Nodirbek is about to play g4.
No,
or
F3,
F3.
and this is what I was kind of worried about. That we lose the chance to maybe to exchange the rooks, like if we really wanted it, like Yes.
Well, Lanier could play maybe rook f8.
rook of it, but then okay, so he's trying to, at least for the moment, to trap this rook, hoping to play b5 at a certain point, maybe not now,
Right.
not right away, but
I would probably be tempted to just drop my rook back, rook a2, inviting the rook trade.
yeah, but he has
No,
to play
what did he-
faster. Like
Yeah,
he has-
Lanier. No, I've seen Lanier so many times go down to 3 seconds,
Oh,
2
3 to
seconds.
1 second.
One
Yes, like
second, it's-
so many times, like
King h3. That's. Oh,
Yeah.
by the way, we do have a result. Nothing really happened in the game of Fabiano today. This round 3 game, I mean, and that game was a draw. America leads the match. The third round, 1.5 half.
exactly. Yes. So
Okay, rook went back to a4. That basically said, what's happening is Nodirbek is winning a tempo every 3 moves or so. It's an identical position, but his king a moment ago was on g2. Now it's on g4. Is it going to g6? That would be crazy.
yes, so actually, Team Uzbekistan needs somehow to win at least one game to first of all equalize the score.
Right.
So we have still 2 games in progress. Hikaru is
Yes,
playing
and that
against Vokhidov, but
It's this game in particular, Nodirbek versus Lanier, where this is the game for Uzbekistan's team.
where they have some hopes.
Yes,
Yes, at
exactly.
least to
Now,
equalize the score.
This last move of Lanier is basically saying, okay, just pay a little bit of attention. And this move, by the way, this rook check and this rook coming to f8, those are the back rank checkmates that
I mean, they have these ideas. It wasn't possible at the moment because bishop on b4, kept an
Right.
eye. But yes, all these ideas on the back rank are really uncomfortable. Makes life of black really uncomfortable.
exactly.
And
By the way,
yes.
I really like what Nodirbek has done in this ending. I mean, he's made fantastic progress. The king on g2, there was a pawn on f2, there was a pawn on h2. Suddenly the pawn's on h5, the pawn's on f4. Maybe the pawn is about to zip to g6. In the meantime, no progress. The pawns have been stuck like in cement. And Nodirbek keeping a careful eye
On clock, yes.
on the a pawn, and also playing really steady fast on the clock.
I think that he created an idea like if g4, maybe now like bishop d6.
That for sure.
Yes, so like trying
That's his
to
dream.
rook e4, then you have to play.
Rook d5 check.
Yeah,
Drive me back.
nice actually. Maybe we'll
Yeah.
have to show it. Yes,
Exactly.
I
So
didn't see it all the way.
bishop,
Yes, bishop
rook,
d6.
and this is a little embarrassing.
So you have to play rook e5
Yeah,
to win the
exactly.
checkmate. Yes, unbelievable.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The players are now playing very quickly. They've had to pick up the tempo because Lanier has been going down, I want to say, to about 5 seconds, and now Nodirbek is under 3.
Yeah. Yeah, but we all remember that Lanier was the world Blitz champion, so he
course.
knows how to manage time, yes, and rarely loses on time, I think. So,
That is for sure.
yeah, but in any case, he has to defend this position, and yeah, it's not
Not
easy
easy.
at all.
Not
Yeah, so
easy.
on the meantime, Hikaru's game is actually developing so much.
Let's
Yes.
jump
Let's
because
jump there.
something terrible has suddenly happened, and
Yeah.
Hikaru now winning. There's no threats. only a threat to the bishop.
Yeah, so if we don't lose the
If
bishop,
we
like
don't
we
lose
can,
the bishop, we're doing great. But
Yeah.
hold on, we've also got queen h5 check.
Yeah, so
I don't know.
I would play maybe queen e4 or something with the idea of like bishop d6. I don't
I
know.
love that idea.
Something like that.
Queen
yes.
e4, it defends the bishop. h3 is the one thing.
Oh,
King takes h3,
Queen
queen h4, mate. That's the one thing you don't want. But
okay. She was actually
now-
interesting. Yes.
okay, so now we've got queen f3 check as a defense
Yes.
against
and like-
h3, as well as just defending the h4 square. So h3, king takes h3. And suddenly, wait
Yeah.
a minute. D5?
Queen b7, just simply taking the pawn against
Back.
threatening bishop d6.
That's a huge threat. Anytime we can transpose into a king and pawn endgame, that wins.
Mm-hmm.
So bishop d6 is a winning threat.
So he has to remove the king or
Maybe come back with
or
a
queen
queen.
a3.
I
don't
just.
know.
Oh no, sorry, bishop d. Apologies. No, you're right. Maybe he has.
Queen a3, like just to trying to protect against the threat, but
I feel it's so
it's just the
temporary,
pawn
right?
up, and again, and the king is
Also, very
suffering.
vulnerable king.
Mm-hmm.
You know, put the pawn on f7, and maybe the king has some protection. King
Queen
e6.
e6, yes. So
Okay, that must be losing to check. And check. Queen
Oh.
c6 check. You
and
have
queen
to go.
d7, yes, winning this bishop, yes. So queen
Correct.
c6, you have to go back, no?
Yeah.
King
And,
f7.
and then I'm thinking
About some d5, yes. So is the
D5.
idea queen e6,
Yes.
d6.
Yes.
So maybe,
Yes.
but we have to check it. Yes, it's
But
not.
I'm sure Hikaru. One of the things about Hikaru is his calculation is extraordinary, and once he sees the winning.
Just repeated the position to get more time, and yeah, I guess d5 is coming at certain point. Oops, king e6 back. What,
That's
queen
true.
g4? Yes, because now if you play king d5, queen d7, so
Right.
he had to play king f7.
Okay.
Queen-
Just
queen
simple
e6,
chess.
yes. So again, threatening bishop d6 or bishop f6.
Yes, bishop to d6 or bishop f6.
So I don't know, like queen e2, what black should play
Queen
here.
e2.
Yes, trying to
there's
defend, pinning the queen.
d6.
Now him
Okay.
remove the king, which is like logical. The problem is like if you play d5, black has queen d3.
Yes.
And this was what I was kind of.
You can go into a
Worried
queen
about.
ending with bishop c7, and the d pawn looks like it
Actually,
rocks
maybe
and
still
roll.
d5 was possible, but
But this
Mhm.
move sets up a checkmate. You're
Queen
threatening
c7.
bishop c7, bishop c7
yeah,
check,
bishop c7, yes.
king
and-
c8, discover check,
Yep.
right? Those are the checkmating patterns I had hardwired into my brain. Thou shalt know this checkmating
yes,
pattern.
yes. Uh-huh.
And queen a5
So defending
defending.
against bishop c7, definitely. And
Well, I'm
what
not
do you
sure
do?
about that d5.
d5.
D5. I'm not
B4.
sure. Oh, king f. I thought Hikaru was playing for this d5 all along, but I was wrong.
Yes.
He played king h3.
Maybe just kind of asking for the next move. Like
Yes, it's a good
yes, sir, it's a
question.
good question because king has no moves.
Right.
Queen perhaps also because once you move the queen, bishop c7 is coming. So
Right.
what the bishop, queen? Okay, now
Queen. Okay,
probably
this is an easy winning.
end game.
ending.
Yes, you
Yeah,
just
queen
take it
takes.
and
Put your
Yes,
pawn on
and
d5 and
d5.
just go king, and
you can also win the pawn
Push.
on h4 if you wish. But
yeah.
okay, like
What? Oh, I was expecting d5 for sure. I was expecting d5 just to keep, how do you say, a kind of a shield.
around
So
the king.
yeah,
so-
the black king is not allowed to move anywhere. d5, bishop f6, bishop f6, bishop e1. By the way, has Nodirbek continued to make
No, they're
progress
still
with
playing,
Lemire?
yes, and the position is still the same. I just kept an eye on it for a moment. I mean, we can have a bird eye view and show 2 games at any moment.
Really?
Yes, just to
Our technology
yes
is...
can do anything. Yes.
That's an interesting...
We have. Oh, look at this. Yes, sir. We have another game at the corner. So don't forget, guys. We have here the team competition, and at the moment, USA team is leading in this match, and we have only 2 games left. And
But this is an absolutely beautiful play by Nodirbek to bring his king to b5. What was the purpose of king to b5? To completely kill the 2 connected pass pawns. And then very slowly you're going to play g5. And I think
here we go. Hikaru Nakamura wins the game against
bravo.
Vokhidov, and it seems like USA team is leading and winning
2
the
and a
match.
half.
By the way, yes, 2.5.
Let's jump to the game of Lanier because that's our sole remaining game. And boy, this has been really, really excellent technique by Nodirbek. Essentially what he's saying is, let me play the moves rook to d2 and rook d8, and I have a checkmate. You have no time
To defend, yes.
to attack these pawns because rook to d2. So what he will do is he will play rook to e2,
Yeah.
followed by, or maybe
Rook
maybe
c8
rook
doesn't
c8
matter,
he should
yes, like,
start with, and then rook e2, the same idea. You just want to double on the 8th rank so you can play rook h8. Checkmate.
Why did you need to bring your king so far away for this plan?
Just
to make sure
stop
the pawns
is
are not
on
moving,
the,
yes?
yes, on
Ah.
a3.
There is no counterplay. And
No counterplay.
Nice, yes.
No, it's been very, very impressive.
Play, yes, by Nodirbek, and you can see that nobody is leaving the plane when you
No,
like everybody is watching
frozen.
the game, yes, and you know
Yes.
we love chess. It doesn't matter. Like even
Yeah.
the match is over. It's clear that USA team won the 3rd match
Yes.
today, but it's still the game is still in progress. Everybody is there.
By the way, this idea of f5 is all about controlling the g6 square. I'm expecting rook c8 or rook a8, really doesn't matter, followed by rook on e2 to e8. Lanier will simply not be able to defend
You
checkmate.
can still play g6, but what kind of position you'll have? Yes.
It's
so
it's not a joy.
Yes, sir.
Bishop will. He's anticipating that if you move your rook to c8, that he will have bishop e3 as a blocking. There'll be an f6 sighting, which should be enough to win the game. But still, you can also start with the move rook e6. And let's see, rook e4.
Rook e4, yes, the idea
Same
is not to be,
idea.
let's say, blocked.
Exactly. And by the way, this actually is even better. Finally, Lanier said, I have to defend against the mate. Rook e4 stopped a4 as well. Again, rook takes, I think, is just easily winning. But if you're still trying to make a checkmate,
Then
rook
you
to
avoid,
e5.
yes, then you avoid the exchange, and he played rook e6 again. Black probably after rook g6, maybe it's even better version. You take the pawn right away, yes, on b6.
Yes.
Maybe
Yes.
it's a little bit different, yes, but
You can trade and take the pawn on b6. Also, you can just move the rook. Oh, look at how... I have to, sometimes you tip your head and you just admire,
Lanier is trying to
that-
find all these defensive
Exactly.
moves, yes, with 1 second, by the way. Again,
But-
he made the move with 1 second on
But
his
rook
clock.
c8, okay, rook a8, I like this move
Maybe
a lot.
bishop e7 now.
Now you take a pawn.
Bishop e7, but yeah, I mean...
Take a pawn. And he did it. King takes b6, and by the way, king c6, and that might really be hurtful.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to defend all pieces.
A marvelous game by Nodirbek. I mean, Lanier's not going to be happy, but sometimes when you lose a game, you're really glad that your opponent had to play well to beat you.
And here we go, the handshake, and even though Nodirbek Abdusattorov managed to win this game, it's not affecting the final result of
Not
this
enough,
match.
yeah.
It's not enough. The game, this match was finished in favor of US team.
Yeah, but it was the turnaround game between Hikaru. I thought that this particular round 3 was going to end 2-2 or
Yes.
1-1, and we'd be splitting, but not the case. America,
Yes.
5 points,
Is leading, yes, 5-1.
5-1.
Yeah, and
Wow, these old guys can play, huh?
still.
Let me in, coach. let's really get some old guys in here. Here we have it.
And we have them, yes. So only one draw, by the way, in this round. Fabiano Caruana with Nodirbek
Solid.
Yakubboev, very
Solid.
solid.
Yes.
And then Hikaru Nakamura managed to win his game, as well as Levon Aronian, who beat Javokhir Sindarov. And actually interesting
see who-
standings with Nodirbek Abdusattorov won 2 games. Same for Wesley. So
A little bit disguised there because Wesley is actually 2 out of 2, whereas Nodirbek is 2 out of 3.
yeah.
Yeah, but a very important victory for Hikaru. Hikaru, for me, is really one of the great American players, streaky players. When he's on his game, he's fabulous. He can really rack up a big score. But when he gets into a period like,
Yeah,
we've got...
and speaking about Hikaru also and Levon, both of them, the winners of the round, are with Fiona. Fiona, all the way to you.
I'm joined now by Levon and Hikaru, the 2 match winners in this round 3 for Team USA. Guys, congratulations. You take a 5-1 lead in the match. I'll start with you, Levon. The results so far, does it match your expectation, exceed your expectation, or did you not have any expectations?
Anytime I don't lose, the expectations are exceeded. So far it's good.
Hikaru, what about you? What were your thoughts coming into this match, and how do you feel now after round 3 with you guys already taking a lead?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, last round I kind of had a slight mishap, but Wesley saved us, and this round I just kind of moved the pieces, and got a little bit lucky to win. But I think as a team we're playing very well, so it's good so far.
Yesterday we had a little chat pre-tournament with both teams. Team Uzbekistan, they are 16 years younger than you guys on average. They were feeling very confident. They said, we've got the youth, we've got the speed, but so far, I mean, you guys had said we should, I think it was Wesley who said we should be better, right? So after 3 rounds, thoughts on the clash of generations, so to speak?
I think before the event, I thought that we should be favorites in the Rapid, and maybe they are slight favorites in the Blitz, because, the youth plays the factor in the Blitz. So far, I think my expectations are, matching.
Did you guys have a strategy coming into this event? Did you guys, yesterday, you said there wasn't much time to do team prep or team building. Now Linier has been designed your captain. Did you discuss anything together going into this event?
Not really. I mean, but I think to add to Levon's point, the experience counts in one very important way, which is that so many tournaments tend to be in Europe. So these young kids, they haven't traveled that much, and when they have, it's only been in Europe. So I think they're a little bit jet lagged, and that's to our advantage. When you're old and you've traveled everywhere, you're used to these things. But I think they're a little bit inexperienced.
For tomorrow, the Blitz, do you look forward to that as much as today? What are your thoughts about? Well, there's still one round of Rapid first, of course, but thoughts on tomorrow?
I mean, if you wake me up at night at 3 o'clock and tell me let's go play Blitz, I'll say yes. So I love playing Blitz, so I always look forward to it.
And let's talk just briefly about this event in Miami. You actually live very nearby here, Hikaru. How does it feel? You said you guys usually have to be traveling. For you, it's almost a home game. What does it feel like to play here in Miami, and what are you making of the event so far?
Yeah, I mean, anytime I play at home, I generally am way too relaxed. I had a match many years ago in St. Louis when I lived there against Ponomarev, and I'm walking to the club, and I'm just too relaxed. And I think so far today I've also been way too relaxed, but it's still nice to be somewhere familiar, and I think this venue is great, and I hope everybody's enjoying it.
And you, Levon, the atmosphere, the event?
Well, we have a Cuban captain in Miami, so things will be good.
Once again, congratulations to both of you. Thank you so much for your time and best of luck for the last game of the day, which will start shortly. So we're going to go and head back to the studio.
And welcome back, everyone. We keep watching the VR chess match between USA and Uzbekistan. So exciting, Yasser, so far.
A pause for this, the fourth and final rapid chess for today. Tomorrow they'll be playing Blitz. But for us, it was a big shock, this round 3 game that Sindarov with the white pieces. He seemed like Levon was just playing just gorgeous, free-flowing chess and enjoying himself with the pawn on d4, and Sindarov didn't know what happened. Neither did the Uzbekistan teams. I didn't expect the U.S. to run off to such a big lead early. I thought it was going to be close.
You know, Yasser, I have my theory here. I think these
share.
old guys maybe trying to collect as many points in rapid as possible because they know what is happening tomorrow. You know, Blitz is happening.
Hikaru has no chance.
No,
in Blitz.
no. Yeah, I mean,
Levon.
also, yes, you know.
Fabi is notoriously terrible in Blitz, and Linear. Well, what
he
to
was
say about
former World Blitz champion. Like, why do we think about it? Yes, so.
I don't know, but here's the pairings for round 4.
Yeah, so we have the final round of rapid today, and we see that in the first round, Muhyiddin Madamino will play against Fabiano Caruana. He will be back after 2 rounds of break. He played only in round 1.
Right.
And then also we have Levon Aronian playing against Nodirbek, Yakubboev, Wesley against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and Linear will be playing against Javokhir Sindarov. Actually, we also had like really, really interesting matchups, the results between those players. And
in fact, if you don't mind, let's just go back to that previous graphic so our viewers can see what it is, how the players match up. Fabi has never played his opponent.
yeah, because
Look at those results.
this only long castling, you know, I can see.
Yeah, a lot of long castling. Levon has only played 1 game. And
Yeah.
it was a classical game. That was a draw.
Against
Wesley and Nodirbek, wow, look at that. They've
I know
crossed
why.
swords everywhere.
I know why is it like this, because Nodirbek also and Wesley, they played already in Grand Chess Tour for so many seasons, and Nodirbek, I
Right.
think, played already a couple of seasons, so that's how they have so many games.
Yeah,
And it's going to be really interesting between them.
absolutely.
They have history.
They have a good history. Sindarov up against Linear Dominguez. Again, Sindarov, for me, it's so exciting as a challenger, you know, to see his progress.
And actually quite good result for, let's see, Javokhir won 2 games in rapid and lost 1. Yes, so he is has some edge, let's say,
Exactly.
from the previous games. But so far it doesn't matter. Like, they're just playing this match, and Linear lost in the previous round, but
Right.
still was fighting until the very end, and no breaks. Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
The round is starting, and Linear has white pieces. Something happened?
I think Tony Rich was about to speak and give some words, so they have to reset.
So maybe he'll change
false
his
start.
mind, Yasser.
You know, in athletics, if you get 2 false starts, you know,
Yeah?
you're forfeited out of the race. So you won
Here we go. We have a symbolic move.
opening first move.
That's always great, and yes, all the players now ready to start. So it was move e4, and
Exactly. Okay. Linear has, in fact, gotten a chance to play e4.
yeah. So he didn't change his mind, and it would be really funny. Like, so what you do in this situation?
Exactly. And check it out. No bishop b5
Yeah.
like he played earlier in the tournament, but the standard Joko piano with d2, d3. And these days, I was about to say, these days they're actually experimenting with the Hungarian setup. The Hungarian defense is to play bishop to e7 and just keep the bishop tucked in on the king side. c2, c3. And I must say, it's extraordinary to me how deep the preparation has gone. Sometimes you play a6, sometimes you play a5.
Oh
sometimes
no! So don't even start. You know, here all these moves, and you can spend I don't know how many years analyzing the consequences of each of them.
And my brain turns to mush.
Yeah.
Rook e1 on the board. kind of an invitation.
To some jumps, no?
Bishop g4.
Yeah.
You can play, and the idea is after h3, bishop goes back to g6. Sometimes you sacrifice on g4. Bishop b6. Okay, modest, decent move. Knight a3, some jumps. Let's take a walk around. We're going to go to the first board, and that is Fabiano is on the black side. These two players never met one another. It's always interesting playing each other for the first time. And this is a Rossolimo with a knight coming to g6 very early. It's funny, if you play as white, the move e4, e5, it looks like a French defense, where the knight,
So
it didn't go from g8 to f6, it went from g8 to g6. Okay. And apparently, Mujahideen felt that e5 wasn't bringing him anything, so he keeps the tension between the e4 and d5 pawns. It's not clear to me why black can't simply capture this pawn and maybe, playing against the isolated queen pawn by bringing blocking
square.
on d5 square. That looks pretty safe. Did he play it, by the way, after h3? Yes, he has.
He played, yes.
I like the move knight d5. I like bishop to d7. This feels like a reasonable position. Let's jump. Where would you like to go?
The funny fact is just I noticed that Hikaru is not playing in this round. Yes, so we cannot jump to Hikaru, at least that we don't have him
no
for this
Hikaru
round.
to jump to.
And his opponent from the previous round, Vokhidov, also now is not playing in the last rounds of the rapid chess. So
Okay.
both of the players are resting for now. And yeah, let's jump to the next one, Nodirbek, Yakubboev against Levon, Aronian. Nodirbek, Yakubboev has white pieces.
Right, if you don't
against
mind, I'm
Levon.
going to start at because it looked like a Slav defense, yes, with bishop f5, but this was the thing that threw me off. For me, f2, f3 is not a new move. I mean, it's been seen, but I would rather say it's rare. It's not played often, and again, something about Levon's preparation is remarkable because he's playing very, very quickly, as if, yes, this is also his preparation.
No, I think Yasser, what also helps, like once you won a tournament like a couple of days ago, you got this confidence, and
Yes.
It helps a little bit. Like
It helps a
you got
lot
the
a bit.
feeling that whatever you do somehow works, and I'm sure it also helps Levon. I mean,
Yeah.
to feel confident right now, and of course the previous game
Helps
against
a lot.
Javokhir
Wonderful play, wonderful
gives him
play.
extra
Yeah.
flavor.
Yeah, I was going to say, if I'm in Levon's shoes, the idea of b4 and c5, certainly I find attractive. I want very much to play c5, but I don't want to hang my b5 pawn. This looks more or less even. I'm going to continue.
But before
Yes,
you
please.
continue, Yasser, I just wanted to bring that this game, very similar to the game Levon played in Bill with knight h3 even. It's also, there was a gamer Dokmus Aronian. So perhaps this is the reason why he is actually not spending that much of the time. So
Yeah.
it's very similar. So
It
thanks
was-
for the tips.
Yeah, it was
from our
very.
team.
It was very funny during the very recent U.S. Junior Championship that was just completed in St. Louis. The players were playing a game, and I said, "Wow, this is amazing! They're playing so quickly, like it's all preparation." And it was, of course, a game from Biel. And I mean, it was like the players are, are really up to date. I mean, up to date, up to the hour.
Exactly, isn't it great feeling? I mean, to know that our world is so small and so big at the same time. Yasser,
Exactly.
that whatever happens in Bill, immediately
What's going
can
on?
be repeated in St. Louis and now in Miami. So you
know.
never know. You better study all the games. Yes.
It makes me cry. It makes me cry. When I was a kid, a teenager, the big matches, of course, were the Soviet Championship. And the only way, and I mean the only way to get the games was by the bulletin.
Yeah.
And so it was like months after the tournament was over, we have some friend in the Soviet Union who would
Yes, and
send, and then you
whole-
go to the copier machine and everybody gets a copy.
Wow.
And it was like solid gold. Like this was fantastic. And it was all in Russian, the algebraic with anyway.
Alphabet, yes, and yeah, I mean, I can
And
imagine, yes, sir.
Now it's like you watch the game in real time as we're doing this very moment, and they're broadcast around the world, and nobody has exclusive. By the way, I do see a lot of
Supporters of
really
Uzbekistani team,
supporters.
yes.
Fantastic.
That's great. Yes, no,
fantastic.
the atmosphere is absolutely amazing. Actually, next to the playing hall, we have the VIP room with many guests who came to root for the players, support them, and like it's a lot of like chatting, and it seems like players also are trying to find some time not only to rest between the games, but also to speak with people,
Right.
which is amazing. Like
Yeah.
we have also some reporters here from Chesscom, from Chess Base India. Like it's a great vibe. It feels like this event, like everybody's enjoying right now.
Yeah.
And as we can see, 4 games are in progress. Like I don't understand what's going on.
Serious? Levon's and a bishop and no, that's the
Wesley
last
game.
game. That
Yeah.
was the last round.
Ah, yes, something is wrong. Like
Sorry,
I
you
was
got
trying
it.
to understand. Like,
That was round 3 that we just saw, but it was wonderful.
It was a great joke from our team, you know.
It was a good round for America. By the way, in the game of Nodirbek and Levon, I really like what Levon just did. He's played the move b4, which kind of forced the knight to go to e4. And that wasn't what Nodirbek really wanted. If you go back just one move, what Nodirbek really wanted to do was play e4 and develop his bishop out. So the move b4 was very disruptive. It put the knight in front of the pawn, making it very awkward for white to just get in the natural going. And now we see what he's had to do. He's played knight takes f6 in order to play e4 and bishop e3. But I think for Levon, I think for Levon, he's going to be very happy with the outcome of the opening. If you now play the move e4, which has just been played, either you include castles or you start with c5. And I think that this is equality, comfortable equality for black. Let me just go around the horn a quick. And Sindarov and Lanier, that was the Joko piano. And I always, whenever I see these nights like this, I'm always thinking of these games of Anatoly Karpov. There's so many games where Talia, it looks very, very balanced
Yes,
to me.
like a painting.
Yes, exactly, a painting. Back to the game of Fabiano, because this was the isolated queen pawn game, and I was saying that I felt that Fabi, and look, he
Yes, he
did play
played the
knight.
move you
Yeah,
proposed, yes, because
exactly.
it's like very
And
typical idea. But you see, he
also a
doesn't.
very good move.
Yeah.
Queen to d5. You basically, whenever you're playing against the isolated queen pawn, trade queens.
Yeah.
You're going to enjoy a better ending. And after rook e3, whoa. Okay, that was a bit of a surprise. Oh, I'm sorry. Queen takes b3, rook takes b3. There is no knight c2. The knight is defending. So immediately knight back to d5, knight back to c6, inviting the queen trade on d5. And this is only good enough for equality for white. White has no advantage in this position.
So I don't know, maybe queen d5 was or he didn't have an alternative at this moment. Yes, it seems.
Well, actually, this is still, you might say in a smidgen of a way, the bishop on d2 is a little bit more passive than the bishop on e7. The bishop on e7 can jump to f6 and maybe harass the pawn. There's also a funny siding here. When the queens are off the board, it's easier to play f5 as black than when the queens are on the board. So f7, f5 is also something that...
Yeah, interesting also.
yeah.
You know,
Where
the,
would you
the,
like to
the
tie
game
this?
actually we didn't, maybe we
Please.
missed is Nodirbek Abdusattorov against Wesley. So, and I just realized that 2 leaders in a way of the standings, those
Uh-huh.
players who have 2 out of 2 are
Right.
playing against each other. and we will find out who is stronger. Maybe.
Exactly. We have a Najdorf with the bishop d5, bishop g5. So it's not exactly an English attack. The English attack is when you have a pawn on f3 and bishop c4, kind of a transposition to what I would actually describe as a Bobby Fischer attack. Bobby loved as white to plant his bishop on b3. He felt it gave him, as king, a little bit extra protection, as well as a little offensive power on this diagonal as well. f4, it captures.
Yes, and look at this, like such a messy position. Opposite castling, which means like anything can happen. Like both sides will try to get to the king perhaps at certain point, and like I think exciting chess both of them are playing, Nodirbek and Wesley.
Exactly. Be careful of the dirty trick.
Yeah.
Bishop takes d6 will get your hand smacked. Oof, oof, oof. That is a skewer that you do not want to see. Bishop, I find this move interesting. Bishop e3. I would be tempted to play the move king b1 and invite knight takes, because I think the bishop is going to remain passive. Wesley said no. Whoa. f5. This is a no-no.
Aggressive.
This
What's
is a-
going on here? Like if you
What a-
take and
wow.
g4?
Well, no, he's going to play knight g3.
Ah, okay, of course. So
You-
just to show to the public, like you
Right.
don't take on f5 with the
Whoop.
rook.
That's a no-no. That's
Still, you see,
a
somehow
fork.
the engine is not really unhappy. I don't know why.
Probably because you can get away with
With rook e5 and rook e3, yes?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Although, even here, I'm not 100% sure you like to open up the G file, king b1,
Yeah.
and so on. But I thought that
Knight e3 is an option, yes? Mhm.
yes, so that you could actually recapture without suffering the consequences. But no, f5 is a definite no-no in my view. You're opening up the king side, and there's a very intriguing idea here, g4, knight g3, and sacrificing the exchange. You get the open g file. Probably Wesley didn't feel that this was sufficient. But this structure is very hard for black to attack. What did Wesley play, by the way, after f5?
Calm.
Played rook,
Yes,
rook
just
e1.
rook e1,
Yeah, first
inviting
of all,
to take on.
he gets out of the knight g3
Yeah.
business. He's inviting bishop h4, though, isn't he? That's a little bit annoying.
Could be, but then d6 will be hanging. Like maybe you just move the rook,
Good
and
point.
then let's say
Good point.
rook f1. I don't know if you don't
Yes.
follow up with knight g3.
Yes.
Maybe you do. So yeah, I mean
Yes. No, it's a good point. d6 is hanging in the long run.
sometimes yes. Hmm.
By the way, knight g3 on the board. So, what could Wesley do here? Is bishop f4, knight takes e4. Okay. Don't feel like that is really giving white much. Can I play e5?
The idea is like if you take, like you move the queen, right? Somewhere,
Yes.
queen f2.
It was
And
like the
threading.
double attack. Mind you, I'm not winning anything because
Yeah.
there's always
F4.
f4 in return.
Yeah.
I was trying to get my pawn to e6. Some will call me brave or heroic.
Exactly, yes. No, but actually now that I look at the players, like let's not forget about the many different facts. Like of course Wesley is like the player who stayed in top 10 for many years, was number 2 in the world, and
Absolutely.
of course
What a-
representing old generation. But Nodirbek also, like if you think about it, Yasser, already in 2021 he won the World Rapid Championship at
Crazy.
the age of 17.
Crazy.
And it was just an amazing result. I mean, we mentioned team competitions like Olympiads, right? But every player who is here, like especially I mean, all of them have showed some tremendous results.
100%.
And yeah, I mean, and also so young still, and who knows what future brings.
Yeah.
But it's clear that it's both generations are fighting, and it's hard to say even who is the who would you put your money on, Yasser?
As the future, great future. I remember it was Vasil Ivanchuk. He had played against Wesley So in a World Cup, and it was at the time it was a great upset. Wesley won, and Vasil was distraught. Vasil didn't like losing.
Yeah.
Nobody likes losing, but he was especially distraught, and he thought, he kind of expressed a sentiment of like, I'm such an idiot. I lose to this young punk, this kind of thing. And I said, well, Vasil, Wesley, he's underrated. This kid is
He's
like
quite
really
talented,
good.
right? Yes.
He's a big talent. I mean, by the way, I think with this move d6, d5, that was an extremely important strategic move to get in. As long as the pawn was on d6, it was always going to be under a long-term pressure. The bishop could go to f4, the pawn could go to g4. But now with the pawn on d5, it kind of turns the tables a little bit. This queen and rook battery, and even the knight doesn't have quite the jumping power it had a moment ago. That doesn't mean that black is superior or anything like that. I still think that white's position is slightly preferable after bishop f5, bishop f4, but still. Where would you like to guide us?
I think, yes, sir, we should
Please.
actually come back to the game of Levon Aronian, Nodirbek Yakubboev, and Levon. I mean, it was clear the game is kind of unbalanced, but look at this.
Whoa.
I just...
Everything went okay. E4, C5, E5. Whoa. D5 takes. Queen B6. Queen B6, bishop G5. Whoa. Levon's in deep trouble. Like, what the heck? Rook
Yes,
to
so let's
E1?
actually, just before we left
please.
this game, I was actually considering and wanted to ask you again the same question, like where Levon is going to castle his king. Because I saw this pawn on h5 and I started to
yeah.
worry a little bit. And
With
now,
good reason, and you should worry a lot.
Yes, now maybe that's a point that it's kind of unclear where this king will end up, so...
This looks terrible.
Yeah,
It just
so-
like no ifs, ands, or buts. This is just terrible. Right now, the rook is threatening just to munch.
Simply take,
And
yes.
yeah, that's horrifying. And did he play? Yes, he had to get his knight out of
the way, and like now threatening the rook.
the rook. I'm assuming will drop back unless rook d6.
I mean, you want to sacrifice something now since this position is so open. And it's very typical, yes, when you have the king, the opponent's king is in the center, you want to try to find a way and open the files and get to the king.
Exactly. I think rook d6 is actually just a fabulous move. And
Really like it to Yasser as well spotted. And I don't know, what do you do? Do you move your queen?
yeah, like you
and
kind
pray.
of back. Yes, precisely. You kind of back up and you just hope that now you're fighting for survival is what's happening right here for black. Levon in desperate, dire straits.
I mean, I'm afraid also of move like
Oh my
e6 and
gosh.
stuff.
He
What
actually,
he did play.
rook d6, but he
And-
did capture.
So king f8.
Only
then
move, queen check,
I mean,
king
at
f,
d7,
king g8, pawn
or
to
what?
d7. These all play it themselves. Okay, Levon is hoping that after knight d7,
I can
pardon
still
me,
take with
takes-
the rook.
Of course,
Mhm.
because first of
I'm-
all, there's no back rank
No.
mate because of knight g8, and he's hoping that after, I don't know, queen e6, that he can
Maybe c3 is like
will
a
be-
counterplay, yes?
Yes, precisely. That's his dream.
No, the problem is after queen is 6, could we play rook d8 even? Ah, no, the king is like running around, yes.
So
Yeah,
rook
so
d7, queen e6.
No, I'm just kind of thinking that
Right, I'm still kind of
bishop
buzzed.
c1 is always a move to maybe
Yes,
to protect against
But there's some kind of a checkmate patterns here too.
Yeah.
Queen takes e6, f takes e6, knight f4. You gift me the pawn. If you play c3, take.
Maybe. What? Rook g7, yes, is the threat. So rook
I would-
h7.
It said rook h7. Wait, I'm missing something.
Reminds me a bit the pattern from the game of Maxim Vasily Graf against Morozevich.
Yes,
Rook h7.
with the
Okay,
rook
we don't have
h7.
g6 pawn, but,
Exactly.
but still.
Still one of the greatest games I've ever witnessed in my life. Something like this is what Levon has calculated, but let's see. This is sorry. I'm just going to
Just refresh and see is the current position. So he hasn't played queen e7. Maybe he can find something better. I don't know, like d7 right away.
It feels like it's just going to transpose. I don't think there's any reason you should find bishop e7 and knight g5 attractive, other than
No, but
you're just bringing the pieces a little bit closer. But he's about to play d7. He did it.
yeah, but
There's
yeah.
no choice. Knight takes, and there's no choice. The players have transposed into our analysis. And again, rook f8 looks awful to me. I wouldn't even contemplate it. That's just not the way I play chess. The bishop would come back to e3 and c5 and give me the rook. That's horrendous. So you have to play queen e6 and just hope that you have enough counterspiel with the pawn.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Levon is in trouble. He has more time actually on his clock. It's like 11 minutes against 5, but I'm not sure that time
The
will help.
position,
Yes, the
yeah.
position is pretty clear. And
Dire, yeah.
yeah, another idea maybe like if after trade to put the bishop on c1 and like try to get with the knight on g5.
Also very strong.
Something like this, like
Yeah.
with strong, but maybe
Well,
some,
no,
some
it is
ideas.
very,
yes.
very, very good, because that means that the rook can't get into the game, and because the king can't get out of the way, right?
Something like that, yes,
Yeah.
was the idea. But maybe you can kind of, maybe the problem is that first you have to take care of the king, or like hard to say now why.
No, I love this position for white. I think that Levon will be really, really struggling to try to save this. If you could play knight to g5 again and play h4,
Yeah.
you know, knights just love
And
protection.
96 also, yes.
Yeah. So this looks very good for
For
Nodirbek.
Nodirbek, Yakubboev, yes, and maybe we can check another Nodirbek against Wesley, just
Yeah.
to have
What
a
do you
look.
mean?
Like,
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Something very bizarre just happened. When we left it, we saw the move d5. And bishop f4, queen d7, g4, go away. No. I refuse. It's like, why do you refuse? Oh, I understand. The king is under attack after, so it's a double attack. So Wesley said,
get out
okay,
from here, like
go
don't-
away.
Mhm. Knight h4.
And now Wesley said, well, wait a minute, I'm taking a bishop. And you're taking a pawn, and I assume Wesley's plan was to close the A file with knight a4.
Yeah.
And then if you take the rook, it would be two minor pieces and a pawn. Two minor pieces versus rook and pawn. But
I mean,
It's
such
a-
an aggressive play from Nodirbek, actually. You know, with every
Seriously.
move, like it's like pieces are hanging.
double super sharp.
It's very sharp. Yes, he's
Okay.
like,
But I'm assuming I have to block, I mean, checkmate.
yeah.
Would be
So
coming down the A file, so I have to block. And I'm assuming you have to take the rook. If you don't take the rook, well, I'll move away.
yeah, I think yes,
So
we'll have
let's
to
go.
take the rook. Yes.
And
Take.
now on a White's idea will be to lasso
I just
this
try
pawn
to.
on B4.
I mean, very complex position. Yeah, sir. It's hard to
Yeah.
understand. Like, I mean, good luck understanding White's level.
Yes,
Yeah, because like
it's-
so many ideas. I mean,
for
of course,
sure.
when you try to estimate this type of position, of course, first of all, you count the pieces, but then so many different factors come in, like, okay, of course, king's safety, but also this pawn structure, and like if these pawns are running anywhere or they're blocked by bishop b3, like bishop c5, I don't know, and just trying to get all these factors into account. But perhaps it's all about the moves and very concrete. So just rook e8,
Wow,
yes.
that was a surprise move for me by Wesley.
That he
He
just-
played rook. Let's go back
I thought
a moment.
that you have to keep the rooks somehow, one rook at least on the board, but
Well, I thought he was just going to play bishop d2. If you
Okay.
want to take my rook, I'll recapture with the queen and make it
thread.
But he recaptured, and now the queen is threatening very nicely. Okay, I think Wesley's plan, in case of bishop to d6, there's rook f3. And then I take the pawn on b4, and rook takes h3.
It's very complex, Yasser. Like, which side you would prefer to take, black or white? Like, I'm
Normally
still
the two
struggling to
pieces.
understand. Normally two pieces,
Normally
yes.
the two pieces.
But here it seems like black also has counterplay, yes, with this
100%.
king on a2 and the pawns which are hanging on h3, and maybe
That's right.
white will lose both of those pawns.
That's
And the pieces are kind of out, like this knight on a4, yes,
Totally.
does good job defending the king, but until it gets into the play, like maybe black will have enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Because you mentioned I could lose both pawns on h3 and g4 to a rook f3, I'd probably like to play g5 here, just to make sure.
just to get rid of one of
Well,
them.
Yeah, I'll lose one, but not
Exchange.
both.
Yeah.
Okay, so this game looks a little bit balanced. I'm going to go to the game of Levon, because we thought Levon was going down in a heap of glory. And guess what? After the move rook takes d7, Levon didn't play queen e6. He did not. He played king
King
f7,
h7.
queen takes, queen f6. Whoa. Just when we get these types of position where I say I'm never going to trade queens, Levon trades queens. Pardon me,
Nodirbek, yes. He
trade queens.
decided to exchange the queens.
I would definitely be all over the move queen d5 here. He traded queens and check. He's still winning. Wow. Now I'm kind of favoring your idea of maybe bishop
When
to
the bishop
c1 and bringing my knight to g5. He did not do that. Now it's starting to get a little bit uncertain. In my view, rook e8 and c3 that's serious counterplay.
Yeah, and by the way, we have the theme here in this round. Like both, we just checked the game of Wesley, and
Right.
here as well,
Two
it's two
pieces.
pieces for the rook, and let's say
Exactly.
maybe
The theme of the round.
yeah, and if it's enough counterplay or not. So Levon
Rook.
defended the 7th rank, just placing his rook on c7. I mean, perhaps the idea was also to bring the second rook, and now knight d5 threatening the rook on c7. I guess yes, rook e8 threatening the
Checkmate.
checkmate. Yes, it's a good point. Yes, sir. And
Maybe
after
he's done
I
it.
don't know h4.
100%
Yes.
h4 minor pieces.
I just wonder if all these moves like c3 are working. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure.
when the bishop is on g5,
Yeah, but
covering c1.
Yeah,
so you're
c-
going to have to h4 to play rook b7, which
first
is
yes,
done.
we do rook b7. Yes, it
And
was
now,
too much.
now the question is, get behind the pawn. Rooks belong behind past pawns. Rook c8. And let's see if this has been played or not. I think it is actually. Nodirbek is down to 44 seconds. Check it out. Levon has 10 minutes
Yeah.
to
and
38 that's his chance, is the clock. Okay, obviously from Levon's point of view, rook c3, you've got to play rook e2 and trade, take, and hope against hope that your queenside majority is going to give you some chance. Here we go, rook c6. It took him
I think
27
Levon never had better
seconds
position
since the opening.
since the opening. Yes, and it looks
That's
like
right.
really.
Rook e2, he's done it. Levon is so tricky.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I hated his position a while ago, but look, he's making it work somehow.
He managed somehow to get the progress, and maybe he's
Remarkable.
holding here. I don't know, Yasser, if we
Please.
have time to jump and see the game of Javokhir Sindarov, because seems like he's doing really well against Linier Domingos. But I mean, perhaps we should stay for a bit. Yeah, I mean,
No, we'll
just
stay
let's
with
have a
him.
look, and
Yeah.
then
So Lanier was
just the final position of where
Of
we are
course.
right now, and let's go back maybe to Levon. Yeah, because it seems like Javokhir is doing well with this knight on f4.
no, the knight on f4 is terrific.
Yeah.
The contrast between the knight on f4 and the knight on f1 speaks volumes. My goodness. First impressions are very, very favorable to Sindarov. I'm not even sure. I have a move like rook to b1. The idea is that if you capture the pawn right away, I will capture twice on a5 and then b7. So he did it in a different way. C4 on the board. We're going to keep an eye on this one. I see that we've got Wesley on
yes.
our screen. I'm going to go back to the Wesley So game. Again,
Things are getting crazy in all the games, actually, Yasser. Like, yes, Wesley against Nodirbek Abdusattorov seems like Wesley is in trouble right now. And because, like, look at the king, and as we
Remember
mentioned with
the
you,
2 pawns?
and I told you that I'm kind of afraid that these
We will
pieces
lose
are
both
not really
the pawns.
Yes, and pieces are a little bit far away, you know, from the action right
Exactly.
now. So,
G6, that's like a cheapo move.
but we also have to run to Levon, because, like, I
Okay,
don't know what
where
to
would
do
you like
now.
to take us?
Yes, I mean, it's like literally
Levon?
crazy. Let's go to Levon, because Nodirbek he doesn't have time. It's only
Oh
16
my
seconds
gosh.
left.
Levon could win the game.
I mean,
Rook
imagine.
takes G2. Rook takes G2 and B2? Isn't that just winning the game?
And even B2 right away.
Or even B2 right
Yes,
away?
like you don't need to even.
In-
What a pawn grabber you are, Yasser.
Of course.
Even in this situation, you are ready to get the pawn on G2 and then move B2.
Oh, well,
Yes.
the point is White's king would be exposed.
Yeah, just with extra queen on the board. I
Oh
mean, who
my
cares
gosh.
about G2 pawn? But you
I
still you want to take it,
instantly-
yes?
So somehow Levon has definitely bamboozled, and he got his pawn all the way to B3.
Yeah, I mean,
And
poor
all-
Nodirbek. I mean,
Wow.
he knows that his position was winning, like close
the
to
way,
win.
look
And
at this
I
old
see,
guy.
I see, and I cannot believe it. Yes, I mean, it's unbelievable. Like,
These guys understand chess.
yes,
They're-
like
they're
more
very,
you
very
get,
good.
you never know. Maybe this pawn will be crucial, right? I mean,
Right. Trust me, the king is a lot more exposed when that G2 pawn is absent.
I
and
cannot believe it. Like Rook G2 is like
Fantastic.
old school, old school.
Old school, old school.
It's just unbelievable.
Okay, so
I mean, I cannot see it.
what's the material count? 2 minor pieces
For the
and a
queen.
pawn for the queen, but no.
Could be 2 pawns for the queen, but now we
No,
know.
only one. But now with the king completely, how do you say, without protection, rook to b2, queen, rook to b2, queen a2, that plays itself. I just want to press on the knight.
But he found the
Levon?
move queen b3 was threatening rook and pawn, 2 pawns actually. Yes,
Yes,
so
that looks very good.
yeah, and
oh,
then
oh,
we have a result. Yes,
it
so
looks like Sindarov
Won.
did win.
he won against Linier Domingos, but
Ooh.
it seems like also Levon will run away with the victory. So it's still not over.
So okay, so we do see knight e3 after queen b3. That defended the rook, but Levon said, "Give me that pawn." Queen takes a2, and he's looking at rook b3 and rook takes, well, rook b3 anyway.
Yeah, so we can see all the struggle on the face of Nodirbek, like he clearly so disappointed after having such a great advantage against his opponent
Exactly.
and missing it with a couple of moves.
10 seconds for Nodirbek. Rook e5, queen a1 with the idea of queen g1 check. That will not help. White's struggles. King h7, although Levon is thinking king f7. Nah, king h7. Give me the rook. Give me the knight. Pardon me. Give me the knight. Rook to e8. I don't have recommendations.
Yeah, so he kind of tried to build some certain.
Yes, well, there's no building anymore.
Yeah.
That was a very, very powerful move. Oh. Now,
I mean,
now
Queen
we're
d7
exposed.
with the idea Queen g4, and also the rook would be
100%.
hanging.
100%.
Yes.
Queen g4 is brutal. No,
Yeah.
that's game over. There's no answer to that one. Queen g4, and
Yeah,
yes,
and
a
he
resignation.
resigns. Yes.
That equalizes the match. That means there's 2 games left.
Yes, and we have to run to Nodirbek. It seems like even
Wesley
though
so?
Fabi is like doing, I mean, the position is level, but I think everything might be decided in this game. Nodirbek against Wesley. For the moment, Nodirbek managed to win actually both pawns.
That was what
And actually,
we were worried
Wesley
about
was
it.
trying to get rid. He played move
He did
g5,
it, okay.
but
He
still it
understood
didn't
the
help.
danger
Yes.
that. Okay, but now the rook is dominating. Here the minor pieces are not coordinating at all.
Yeah,
And
so
look, you have to
Wesley's
play-
hesitating to make a move, and like
Knight b1. It's
he-
not.
he
it's
doesn't
not
look
pretty.
happy.
It's not pretty. Wesley started with 2 out of 2, by the way.
same
So-
as Nodirbek.
I thought Nodirbek had 2 out of 3. Hasn't he played all of it?
You know, so I
all
think
of the
he pla-
games?
Wait a second, I can
Has
tell
he
you because
played
I
all the
remember the
games?
standings and I don't remember.
Maybe I've got it wrong. Apologies. But
Yeah.
in any case, he's definitely for choice. 1.5 minutes for Wesley. 4.
Yes, 2 out of 3. You're right. Yes,
Yes.
as usual. Just I remembered the standings. Yes.
Lucky guess.
Yes.
Lucky guess. Nonetheless, I really, really like Nodirbek's position, and he's played a really good move, Queen f5.
And one more game is over. Like I think it was a
Fabi
draw, but I'm not
draw.
100% sure.
Let me
We need the
see.
confirmation. Yeah, I guess it's ended up in a draw. Yes, so which means that the match is level right now, and everything will be
everything.
decided here
Right.
between Wesley and Nodirbek.
Now, absolute Uzbekistan needs to win this game,
Mm-hmm.
not to level the match score, but to make it a match.
Yes,
To
and
make the
even
score interesting.
for confidence, for the mood, for team spirit, it's kind of important to finish the day on a high note, right?
100%.
So they're fighting for every point.
Absolutely. The desirable bishop takes d4 gets hurt. Queen d5 check, followed by
Nice
rook
trick.
takes. Yes. So it's time. The knight has to return to the game. Although queen check. No. I was. This queen is terrible.
Yeah, I think even if we change the queens now, it's gonna be winning for black
Yeah.
because this pawn is literally unstoppable.
Too strong.
Too strong, yes.
Yeah.
But
Knight d2.
Knight d2
Right. The best
check.
chance.
and where to go with the king?
The desirable knight b3 runs
Or
into
rook g3, yes. You
rook
cannot play
g3.
king a3 either, and if you play king b1,
There's a check.
also there is another check. And
Ooh, b3, that just allows rook b2, and that's over.
yeah,
So king
king
d1,
b1, rook g1 immediately, king c2,
only
where
chance.
you d3 check, yes.
Queen takes d3, gets
Yes, and then after exchange it's just h3 and
Yeah.
like this.
bravo to
Not immediately, but
Nodirbek.
after, yes.
3 out of 4. So he's the all-star for Team Uzbekistan and Wesley So.
And he just learned that his team won the match.
Yes,
Did you hear this?
yeah.
Did you see this emotion? Like he was so happy, like
Right.
to understand that they won. Actually, the first victory for
The first
Uzbekistan
victory, Yes.
Yes, so the score is on your screens. It's like 5-3 at the moment,
Right.
which means that first of all, let's figure out what happened in this match.
It was a black. It was a black day. Look at
Exactly. Levon managed to outplay Nodirbek, Yakubboev. Wesley so lost against Nodirbek, and Linier lost against Javokhir. Sindarov draw between Muhyiddin Madaminov and Fabiano Caruana, which means that Uzbekistan wins the fourth match of the day.
As we can see.
And still, for the moment, losing, right? So it's
Yeah.
5-3, one draw it was, and two victories for US team.
Madiminov managed to hold the white pieces.
Yeah, good
He
job, by the way,
defended
yes.
white pieces very, very strongly.
Yes.
I think we're going to get ready for an interview with Fiona very, very shortly.
Yes, exactly. But for the moment, like we're just
see the
seeing
players.
the playing hall. Yes, and
Yeah.
I think also like it's been a long day for the players and 4 rounds, four games for each. Everybody, I think, will be getting ready slowly for Blitz games. I think the players.
Blitz tomorrow. There we'll have 8 matches of Blitz.
Yes, maybe we'll have some standings. Actually, look at Fiona managed to catch Nodirbek and Javokhir, so let's go to Fiona.
I'm here with Javokhir and Nodirbek. Congratulations, guys. You really pulled through for Team Uzbekistan in this final game of the day, both winning your respective games. I'll start with you, Nodirbek. How important was it, after a tricky start, to win this last match of the day?
Yeah, last game I think it was very good by me. Yeah, in general I think the second round was very decisive. I think if Shamsiddin would hold the game, I think we would win the match, and I think we would tie the match after all. But yeah, I think after second round, I think it was a bit tough, but we tried and we managed to come back in the last round, and yeah, it was very interesting.
Let's discuss that moment. Yesterday, of course, we were filming some videos and you guys were very confident. You know, we're young, we're energetic. Today it didn't start so well, that match, as you mentioned in round 2. How did you manage to regroup? Did you guys spend some time as a team after each match?
I think like everyone was focusing on his game. I think it's important. But in general, yeah, we are supporting each other, and I think like they're playing good chess here, but a little bit unlucky, like second round and third round too. But in general, it's fine. It was a very nice day, and I think all played very well.
I talked to Levon and Hikaru earlier, and they were joking that this time you guys are the ones suffering from jet lag, maybe. Do you feel that has been affecting you?
No.
No?
Personally, for me, I didn't feel jet lag. I don't know why, but because I don't know. Maybe I had experience, but personally, I didn't feel any jet lag. Yeah.
And Javokhir, let me ask you, at the end of this first day, how have you been enjoying, playing here in Miami, the atmosphere, and especially the support from so many Uzbek fans who have shown up today?
Yeah, I think it's very nice when a lot of Uzbek people come to support us, and I saw here a lot. I'm enjoying here really. Everything was good, conditions is good, and yeah, we are playing just a good chess.
And not only fans are here, I think both your respective brothers are here in Miami to support you, right? How does it feel to have your family around as well?
It's actually the first time my brother travels with me. Usually I traveled alone or with my mom. This time I brought my brother. Yeah, I mean, it feels great. We were doing a lot of other stuff, like, playing paddle, playing, going to the beach, and we went to gym yesterday. I mean, everything is great. Yeah, just enjoying this event.
And you also, I saw a video, you were doing some boating, something. Tell us about that.
Okay, we go to see alligator in wildlife, so it was a nice experience.
Let's talk about tomorrow. Tomorrow, Blitz, twice as many games, 8 more games. What do you feel was working well today, and what will you have to improve on tomorrow to try and not only catch Team USA but overtake them and win the match?
Yeah, I think with a little bit of luck, I feel like, you know, the matches are very close. You know, the decisive games were very, very like shaky. Like as I said, if Shamsiddin, you know, hold that game, I think we would tie the match now. So yeah, in Blitz, I think, you know, a lot depends on luck and on shape. Like, but in general, yeah, I'm very excited and yeah, ready to play.
Will you be doing some warm-up, playing some warm-up Blitz games tonight? What's the plan?
Yeah, maybe, but I think I'm waiting to play some card games with Levon.
Well, then I will not hold you guys up any longer. Thank you so much to both of you for your time. Best of luck for tomorrow, and we're going back to studio.
Thank you so much, Fiona. I mean, it was really nice
Nice.
interview with
Card games.
Javokhir and Nodirbek. I mean, they're ready to play some cards. And
Right.
of course, before we also go to join them, let's also check the standings, Yasser,
course.
of the day.
In 4 matches, the final score.
Yes, the final score is now 5-3, and actually I like also that we have the score, I think, on the of the games, like
Yes.
8.5 and against 7.5 only.
And
The
yeah.
small difference. And Nodirbek has 3 points after 4 rounds. Yes, he played all of them. Javokhir Sindarov is in 2.5, and same for Levon Aronian. And then we have Fabiano, Caruana, Wesley, so with 2 points. Yes, and it's been a really, really interesting day, and full of
Right.
chess and full of interesting fights. Like every match was like like a small history, you know.
Yeah, but also Nodirbek, in particularly when he won against Wesley, and he just won now also against Wesley and Lanier, he played technically flawless. Once he got an edge against these 2 really, really good grandmasters, he kept the advantage throughout and deserving winner. Normally, these guys like Wesley and stuff, you give them one chance and they slip away.
Yes, yes.
And they didn't slip away. So that's very, very impressive. Blitz tomorrow, 8 matches of Blitz, plenty of chances for the Uzbek team to get back into the match itself.
Yes, exactly, and we can see the schedule in front of us. We will have every Blitz match every half an hour, and it's going to be, of course, full of fight. And as we mentioned before, no matter what you play, Rapid or Blitz, you get 2 points for each match.
That's
yes,
right.
so it's very important, and as also Nodirbek mentioned, it depends a lot on luck, on shape,
Right.
and also, I guess, always in the mood. And I don't know, there are so many factors that can affect, but definitely it's going to be lots of fun, and players will speed up, and we'll see who is better, old guys or the young guys. Yes,
And
it's like
then-
I'm very curious to
Then
find out.
we have to match them somehow, some way. We will have to speed up our analysis too.
Yes, as well. Yes, Yasser, and perhaps a couple of Blitz games should help.
Yeah,
yes?
we should Blitz. No cards for us.
Yes, so we will go to prepare for tomorrow, and please hang out with us. We're
Yes.
going to be here at the same time,
Yeah.
and you could see the schedule. And WR chess match between USA and Uzbekistan continues tomorrow, and we're definitely want everyone to come back and follow.
100%. Before we sign off, we asked the U.S. team, but now
We are going to speak. We're going to
yes.
actually check with Uzbekistan team, and get some comments from them too.
Absolutely. In the meanwhile, good night from Miami Beach. We hope you join us tomorrow, and we'll say goodbye.
I think we are favorites. Yeah, they're experienced, but I think they're very individual. They don't talk like too much like us. They're very closed. Like they're very individual. Unlike us, you know, we are very open. We are very friendly. In terms of chess, I think you can learn many things.
Maybe they have more experience, and all of them were elite players. So I think it will be interesting match.
What we see when we grow up, we are a little bit faster than.
And what do you think that your generation is much better at than their generation?
I think speed.
And much more energy.
Yeah, energy, like we spot maybe tactics, maybe better, like faster, and you know, we like to play like with faster time controls.
You guys grew up with the computer, they didn't. They grew up with all the classics, let's say. And you...
No, I think it's like bullshit. Like what? I think they worked with engines a lot more than us. In team competition, I think the first thing is you need to have a good, like friendly team spirit. While they have very individual approach, because in our team we try to help each other, support each other, share ideas, or recommend some lines where to go. While I don't think they recommend some opening or something together, because they're very individual. They have their own coaches and everything.
If you support each other in this short time period, when let's say if you lost your game and then your friends come to support you, it's more important than having some deep opening preparation or something like that. So I think we have good team and we are here to win.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
we'll see, but it will be not easy for sure.
Yeah.